Hello, everybody. If anybody's out there, oh wait, I'm recording. Recording on text again. Um, hey, Reap the Whirlwind, what's up? I'm gonna wait a few minutes. Hopefully, some people will come in and we'll start her up. Um, man, it's still recording me. Hold on a second. Do you guys ever have that? Oh my gosh, I can't get it to stop. Like your phone keeps recording you and text and writing the whole. How do I get this to stop? Hold on. My mom has that problem too. Hold on one second. There we go. I think that fixes it. Okay. So anyway, how many of you guys been watching this hearing? It's very interesting. I haven't got to see it all, but I'm gonna play a couple of the what I feel are pretty interesting and important witnesses that went up on the stand for Ethan Crumbley. Do you guys remember Ethan Crumbley, right? Um, One second. Remember he was the school shooter. Um, he's the one that he had the parents got arrested. Remember the parents went and they hid out and they were hiding out in like some like I don't know, some like warehouse type, like art studio warehouse or whatever it was. And they ended up finding them and they arrested them. And so yeah, they're arrested. And then of course Ethan, they got him the day of. Um, and so basically, I'm going to read you what this hearing's all about in a minute. Hey Laura, hey Natalie, hey Crystal, Patty, Deb. Hold on one second. Let me see something. I just wanted to get one more piece of information that I wanted to make sure. Uh, See, okay, so it's saying he's 16. Why did I think he was 15 when it happened? Am I wrong? Maybe 16. He's still a minor. I don't know why I had 15 in my head. I thought he was 15 when it happened. Let me see. 16-year-old pleaded guilty. So maybe hold on. So he did. He pled guilty to all 24 charges, but they have this thing called the Miller hearing because he's a minor. So I'm going to read you what that's all about in a minute. I just want to make sure I have all the ages because now I'm curious. Yes, he was 15 when it happened. Okay. That's what I was saying. I was like, I remember hearing 15-year-old. Okay, but then by the time he pled guilty, he was 16. Okay. So it happened on November 30th, 2021, in Oxford High School in Detroit. Here, let's just read a little summary here, and then I'll read you what the Miller hearing is all about, which I didn't know. I learned about it just as I'm learning about this. I didn't even know there was a thing called a Miller hearing, which will, like I said, I'll read you about that in 1 minute. But let me just, uh, hey Crystal, let me say hi to a couple people. Hey Natalie, hey Soul, what up, what up? Sarah, thank you guys for coming. Crime Crazy and Critters on the Farm. So have you guys been watching this? Crystal Langford? If not, you'll be interested. I feel like if you guys have, I'm sure I've covered this case since it happened. I was covering it and like trying to update anything new with this case. So, yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that they showed at the hearing, like new stuff that, yeah, he was 15 at the time. Oh shoot, there we go. So, so let's see here. In the gallery, some relatives of the victim. Wait, hold on. Yeah, 15 at the time of the school shootings. He had no discipline issues at school, roughly 30 miles north of Detroit. But his behavior earlier that day raised flags. Teacher has discovered a drawing. Well, we're going to actually go through some of this stuff, but remember the teacher had discovered a drawing with a gun pointing at the words, the thoughts won't stop, help me. There was an image of a bullet with the message blood everywhere. James and Jennifer Crumbley declined to take their son home on November 30th, but were told to get him into counseling within 48 hours, according to investigators. So remember, they told him to get him out of school that day, and they didn't. But I feel like it's not only the parents, but the school should be responsible too, because they should have made sure he was gone. I really do. I mean, I definitely the parents, but also I do think the school should have made sure if the parents weren't going to take it into their responsibility to get him out of the school should have freaking got him out because there was signs. I feel like this could have been prevented. Um, they never, yeah, they said they, oh yeah, were told to get him counseling. And then the other stuff, witnesses, shoot, can't even talk. The parts of the hearing that I'm going to play for you, it'll show like the type of guns and different stuff like that. But a day earlier, a teacher had seen Ethan searching for ammunition on his phone. The school contacted his mother, Jennifer Crumbley. Actually that would be his stepmother, right? Yeah. It's not his biological mother, if I'm remembering right. Who told her son in a text message, "I'm not mad at you. You have to learn not to get caught," the prosecutor's office said. Right? Is it his? Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's just his son, right? Man, it's been a while since, well, it's been 2 years since this happened. Why am I thinking that was just his son and then she was the stepmother, if I'm remembering right? But um, so yeah, the elder Crumbleys are facing involuntary manslaughter charges. Parents have rarely been charged in school shootings, though the guns are commonly come from the home. Um, so yeah, the rest we're gonna just watch some stuff. But yeah, so that's kind of the basics. I'm trying to see how many. If it, hold on one second. Okay, so let's play, or no, let's do the Miller. I want to show you what the Miller hearing's all about, and then we'll watch some of the footage. Um, okay, I just wanted to see if it was. All right, who's all here? Hey, Jamie. Oh, Jamie, I miss you. I miss you guys a lot. I'm glad to be back. Um, I'm trying to see how. Okay, there's 4 victims. You have Madison Baldwin, 17, Tate Meir, 16, Justin Schilling. Oh, let me put this up real quick. There's some pictures. Justin Schilling, 17, and Hannah St. Juliana, 14, were killed, and then there was many. I'm trying to think how many more injured. I forget how many got injured, but 4 killed. Okay, so let's go over the Miller hearing real quick, what this is all about, and then we'll watch some clips from this hearing. It's crazy. Okay, so Miller hearing. A special hearing was held Thursday in which a judge will determine how to sentence the Oxford high school shooter who has been convicted of 24 felonies in connection with the November 2021 mass shooting. Last October, the shooter pleaded guilty to dozens of felony charges like first-degree murder and terrorism, which carry mandatory sentence of life in prison. Though the shooter was charged as an adult, he cannot be automatically handed a life sentence without a chance for parole because he is a minor. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you guys can read along with me. There we go. So a so-called Miller hearing must be first held, during which the judge will consider a number of factors before handing down a sentence. So it says below, we're breaking down what the Miller hearing is for and what you can expect. So more than 10 years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in the case Miller versus Alabama that mandatory life sentences without parole are unconstitutional for juveniles. Before that hearing, Michigan law mandated that a person convicted of first-degree murder must be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. That sentence criteria was also extended to some minors or those under 18 years old, depending on the situation. However, the ruling in the Miller case has changed how minors convicted of first-degree murder are sentenced. The Supreme Court's ruling in Miller states that instead of automatically imposing a life sentence, a judge or jury must have the opportunity to consider mitigating circumstances before imposing the harshest possible penalty for juveniles. Mitigating circumstances are defined as factors that lessen the severity or culpability of a criminal act, including but not limited to defendant's age or extreme mental or emotional disturbance at the time the crime was committed, mental retardation, and lack of prior criminal record. criminal record. Can't talk today. Okay. When a minor is convicted of first-degree murder, a so-called Miller hearing must be held. In the case of the Oxford shooter, a judge will use the Miller hearing to consider if the shooter's age will play a role in the sentencing, in addition to the mental health issues the shooter apparently faced. The Michigan bar says a judge or jury will specifically consider the following factors during the Miller hearing: the defendant's chronological age and its hallmark features, among them immaturity, impetuosity, and failure to appreciate risks and consequences; the defendant's family and home environment; the circumstances of the homicide offense, including the extent of the defendant's participation in the conduct and the way familial and peer pressures may have affected the defendant; whether the defendant might have been charged with and convicted of a lesser offense, if not for incompetencies associated with the youth; the defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. The rule in Miller versus Alabama also dictates that a prosecutor must file a motion within 21 days of the date the minor's conviction, if the prosecutor intends to seek a life sentence without the possibility of parole. After the Oxford shooter pleaded guilty to the 24 felonies charges, the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office filed a motion requesting the harshest possible sentence be issued. It is likely the Oxford shooter will be sentenced this year, but it's unknown exactly when that will happen. The sentencing is not expected to take place during or immediately after the Miller hearing. At the end of the Miller hearing, the court will decide whether to sentence the minor to life without parole or to a term of years in prisons instead. The Michigan bar says, either way, the court is required to state on the record the aggravating and mitigating factors it considered in reaching its decision. A sentencing hearing will follow the Miller hearing, but an official date has not yet been set. It is likely the judge will schedule a sentencing hearing once the Miller hearing has wrapped up. Hey, Layla Lou. Hey, Andrea. Hey, Darksea. Soul. Hey, Brittany. What's up? Alibi. Cat. Who else do we got? I think I said hi to mostly everybody. Okay, so the Oxford shooter was 15 years old when he opened fire on November 30th, 2021, and murdered 4 students and injured 7 other people. Soon after, he was charged as an adult with 24 felonies by Oakland County Prosecutor's Office. Oh, so there we go. That says it right in the article. Dang it. So, yeah, 4 people, 7 and injured 7 others. So, basically, wow, yeah. Let's see where we at. The shooter was expected to stand trial this January after initially pleading not guilty to all charges, but he changed that plea to guilty in October 2022. He has been convicted of the following crimes: 1 count of, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I feel like I can't say that, but causing death; 4 counts of first-degree murder; 7 counts of assault with intent to murder; 12 counts of possession of a firearm and the commission of a felony. It is the First Amendment that a U.S. school shooter has been convicted of. Wait, it is the first time. Sorry, I said that wrong. That's interesting, though. Why? What am I missing here? Why him? And what makes his any different than some of the other ones that he's been convicted of this? Does anybody know? Well, let's see. So it's causing death and first-degree murder both carry a sentence of life prison without the possibility of parole in Michigan. Assault with intent to murder in Michigan carries a maximum sentence of life in prison or imprisonment of any number of years. It is the first time that a U.S. school I'm a little bit confused about that. I'm gonna have to look that up. What makes this one special that none of the other ones were charged with that? All right, let's see where we at. A person's first felony firearm conviction is punishable up to 2 years in prison in Michigan. A second felony firearm conviction carries 5-year sentence, while the third carries 10-year. Let's see. So the Oxford shooter defense attorneys recently filed a motion in an attempt to have the life without parole condition of his possible sentence dismissed, but that request was denied. The judge also denied the shooter's request to wear street clothes instead of jail jumpsuit to the Miller hearing. And then it talks about the shooter's parents awaiting trial. I thought wait, what does that say, Laura? I thought the difference in this is that they charge the parents. Okay, but is that what the terror that one? Like, how does that relate to that? I don't know. To think about that. I don't know. Okay, so where are we at? Hey, Goated RX. Hey, Eve. All right, so where are we at? So the shooter's mother and father are also facing criminal charges in connection with the fatal mass shooting. In addition to allegedly neglecting their son and his emotional and mental health needs, as prosecutors argue. The parents are also accused of buying their son the handgun used in the shooting. And then it says, after months of the shooter's parents attempting to get their cases thrown out, the Michigan Court of Appeals in March upheld a ruling, ordered them to stand trial on 4 involuntary manslaughter charges they each face. Says the All for Oxford Resiliency Center is offering extra support to the Oxford community while the Miller hearing is underway. Okay, so that's that. Now we're gonna play some clips from the hearing. The first one is just like the beginning where they kind of give their opening statements, and then we'll move on. Hey, Crash Landing. Just want to say hi to a few people. Rocky Mountain Resale. Oh, cool. Glad to have you. Oh, that's a good point, Marley. That is a good point. Most of the other ones do. Yeah. Not all of them, like, because we have the one. Oh, we were talking about the one the other day from Ohio, or he's alive. So there are some, but I wonder if some of the other ones would have been charged with that too, but they weren't alive to go to trial. That's interesting. If anybody else has any idea of what that is, I mean, maybe it has something to do with his parents being charged, but I'm not sure. All right, let me start this video. It might be kind of loud because I try to turn up the volume as loud as possible when I edited it, so it might come across really loud. I just wanted to make sure it was loud enough because I know a lot of the times it's like not loud enough. So okay, I'm gonna bring it up now. So.
All rise. Fulton County Circuit Court is now in session with the Honorable Kwame Rowe presiding.
Thank you. Good morning. You may all be seated.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506 FC.
Thank you. Good morning, counsel. Appearances for the record.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Thank you. Mark Keast on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Mr. Ethan Crumbley, who's standing to my left.
Amy Hack on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deborah H. McKelvey, court-appointed lawyer guarding the light on
Thank you. With that being said, you may all be seated.
Your Honor, I know that this is very different from a trial, but we are asking the court to consider allowing Mr. Crumbley to be taken out of all of the chains and handcuffs.
Thank you. Respectfully, I'm going to have him still in the chains because this is considered an evidentiary hearing, and so this is not a trial, and so he will remain in chains. However, he can have one hand that's unhandcuffed so he can take any notes or communicate with counsel.
Perfect. Would the court like me to approach with the exhibit binder? I
Yes.
don't know if you already have the
I will
papers.
take binders from both the people as well as defense.
Thank you.
With that being said, people, do you wish to present an opening statement?
We do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may.
Your Honor, my name is Karen McDonald and I represent the people of the state of Michigan. The hearing today is the most important legal proceeding in the lives of nearly everyone in this courtroom. It is incredibly important for the defendant. His life is at stake. But everyone else is here in this courtroom today because this defendant made the decision to kill 4 other people and to take their lives instead of his own, injured several others, and terrorized hundreds. So the hearing today is just as important to these victims as it is to the defendant, and it is important to this entire community. Almost all of us have come to believe that a juvenile sentenced to life without parole should be exceedingly rare, and I believe that. I embrace that. I want to be clear that we acknowledge that we bear the burden of proof, and we have a heightened standard when we ask for a juvenile to be sentenced to life without parole. As this court knows, you must consider the mitigating factors set out in Miller versus Alabama, and we also embrace that. There has been a misconception that charging this defendant as an adult and charging his parents is somehow inconsistent. That is not true. They are charged for doing 2 different things. This defendant has already pled guilty to killing the 4 victims who died, shooting 7 other victims with the intent to kill them, and terrorizing everyone else who was at Oxford High School that day. He's the only one who pulled the trigger. The parents are charged with involuntary manslaughter for their gross negligence in buying the obviously troubled son a gun, for not securing it safely, and then for not doing anything about it when they saw the defendant's drawings on the day of the shooting. They are not charged for being bad parents, and no one is saying they pulled the trigger. What we're saying is they had an obligation to the students who died, and their gross negligence resulted in those students' deaths. Neither one of them gets a pass because of the acts of the other. The defendant does not get a pass because his parents were grossly negligent. He is the one who researched and planned and carried out the shooting. And they don't get a pass because they gave their son a gun that he used, knowing he was a danger to use it. Each of them is only being held accountable for their own actions. It's important to be candid about what we do and do not know about this defendant. No one can tell us what he will be like in 40 years. None of us have a crystal ball, and we are not going to present any witnesses who will say there is 0 chance of possible rehabilitation. No one can say that for sure. But this hearing is not just about the defendant's potential to be rehabilitated. It starts and ends with proportionality. The court has to consider the Miller factors, but also every facet of the offender and the offense, and that's what we will present to you in this hearing. This is an offense unlike any other in this country or state has ever seen. Not just the number of children who died, but the way the defendant killed them, the amount of research and planning and preparation that went into it, and the way he carried it out, the picking and choosing of who would die. The video of the shooting doesn't have audio, but you will have no trouble interpreting the defendant's demeanor as he kills people and kids in that school. The way he walks up to them and fires at point-blank range, the way he takes a shooter's stance in the middle of a hallway to kill Tate Meir. And this is an offender like no other. The video of the defendant torturing a 1-day-old baby bird shows that he is capable of a level of violence that most humans are not. And he takes joy in it. And he recorded it. The way he researched and planned the shooting, the way he thought through the weapon he wanted and how he got it, the way he researched and knew that Michigan does not have a death penalty, and that he stated over and over, I know I'll spend the rest of my life in prison. And one of the most extraordinary things that makes this defendant different than any other mass shooter in this country, as far as we know and can tell, is that he decided in advance that he was not going to kill himself. And he researched response times to make sure that he surrendered before the police arrived. And he did not because he wanted to witness. He stayed alive because he wanted to witness the suffering he created. When the United States Supreme Court and the Michigan Supreme Court talk about the rare case and the defendant, This is the one, Your Honor. Finally, we seek to present this evidence to the court in the most respectful way we can to the hundreds of victims in this case, the parents who lost their children that day, and those that are here with scars and bullet holes in their bodies. Your Honor, there is only one way to do that. It is painful and gut-wrenching, but the way to honor victims is the very same thing, Your Honor, that is essential to this court making its decision on whether or not this sentence of life without parole is proportional. Your Honor, this is it. We must tell the truth. Our witnesses must tell the truth, and they must tell all of it. We must have the courage and strength to listen and view the facts despite how horrifying it may seem. That is what we are called upon to do, and it is the only way to do so with the utmost respect that these victims deserve. Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. I want to first go over the law that we must use during this hearing. We're here today because of the case of Miller versus Alabama. That's a U.S. Supreme Court case from 2012. They held that juveniles facing the most serious penalties must be individually sentenced, and courts must have the opportunity to consider mitigating circumstances. Those are chronological age, family and home environment, circumstances of the crimes, not the facts, but the circumstances, incompetencies associated with youth, and the possibility of rehabilitation. We also look to Montgomery versus Louisiana, a U.S. Supreme Court case of 2016. A lifetime in prison is a disproportionate sentence for all but the rarest of children, reserved for those whose crimes reflect irreparable corruption. 2021, People versus Bennett. They state that nearly every situation a sentencing court is asked to weigh in on the appropriateness of a life without parole sentence will involve heinous and oftentimes abhorrent details. The fact that a vile offense occurred is not by itself enough to warrant the imposition of life without parole. A court must undertake a searching inquiry into the particular juvenile, as well as the particular offense, and determine whether this is the truly rare juvenile for whom life without parole is constitutionally proportionate. And most recently, in People versus Taylor, the Michigan Supreme Court held in 2022 that when a prosecutor seeks to impose life without parole for a crime committed by a juvenile, the prosecutor bears the burden to rebut a presumption that life without parole is a disproportionate sentence. The standard for rebuttal is clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing means that the evidence is highly and substantially more likely to be true than untrue. Your Honor, this hearing is not like something that we are used to. Usually when the prosecutor and defense stand before the court, we're here for a trial. And in that scenario, the prosecutor has to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. This hearing is distinctly different. Mr. Crumbley has already pled. He raised his right hand. He told this court that he was guilty of committing all 24 counts against him. We are here today because the people filed a motion for life without parole following that plea. We must move away from the trial mentality and into a sentencing phase. The facts of this case are difficult, they're unpleasant, unnecessary. The images that you will be shown are not something you are ever likely to forget. But through the evidence, through the witnesses and our experts, we believe that the court will agree that the people are not able to meet their burden in rebutting the presumption against a life without parole sentence. The experts and witnesses that will come before you will not give you an excuse for Ethan's actions. They will give you an explanation as to how Ethan ended up with a weapon in his hand on November 30th of 2021. As Jillian Peterson, a nationally recognized expert on the psychology of school shooters, concluded when called by the people at a Daubert hearing in the case of Jennifer and James Crumbley, There's a common misconception by the public that mass shooters are evil monsters who simply snap and commit a shooting one day. At the end of this hearing, we will be asking for the imposition of a term of years, because it will be clear to you that 15-year-old Ethan Crumbley is not one of those rare juveniles that is irreparably corrupt and without the ability to be rehabilitated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. People, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. The people call Lieutenant Tim Willis. We have a PowerPoint presentation, if I may.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Detective, if you could, please approach the witness stand. You're then going to stand in the witness box, face my clerk to be sworn, sir. Okay.
Now, as the lieutenant in charge of the Special Investigative Unit, you arrived on scene. We fair to say that you were one of the ranking officers when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Is that how you came to be the officer in charge of this investigation?
Yes. It's understood at the sheriff's office that major crime scenes will be handled usually by the Special Investigations Unit, and the fact that I was the lieutenant of it, it was how I became the OIC in that case.
Now, can you tell us, please, what does it mean to be OIC, or officer in charge?
So the officer in charge of the investigation, basically, especially with one this size, hands out assignments, follow-up detective work, be it interviews with witnesses, collection of evidence, or determining what evidence needs to be taken and analyzed forensically or otherwise. We also work with putting together reports, reviewing all the reports, talking with the prosecutor's office, and help assist in determining charges.
So, for lack of a better term, you were running the show as far as the investigation was concerned?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Not even closer.
So just to let you guys know, I like edit this together, so there's gonna be like cuts and stuff. I try to like cut out some downtime, and then I clip, like I have him. I don't think his whole testimony I kept, and then I have like the doctor's testimony. I have the recording of Ethan the day before the shooting. He has this audio recording, which is pretty crazy. And then what else do I have? A little bit of the guy that does like the electronic type investigating too. So okay, so yeah, this is Lieutenant right here.
Now, there was a massive amount of this evidence in this case. Now, is it fair to say that you reviewed all of that evidence, at least in a supervisory role?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your duties as lieutenant in your division, you also supervise the computer crimes unit. Would that be right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what do the computer crimes unit detectives do?
So they handle any electronic evidence that we may take as a course of an investigation, and then they forensically analyze it, meaning to hook it up to their systems, to obtain images, pictures, videos, recordings, text, a lot of different ways to get into either computers, phones, or tablets.
Okay. And now, you're aware that the defendant's cell phone was seized when he was arrested on November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was...
Sorry, you guys. I accidentally left the screen, and every time I do it, it makes my video glitch out. So hold on a second. Let me remove it and get it back on track. I hate that it does that. I can't do anything else on my computer. If I like go look onto another tab, it screws it up. So hold on, just give me 1 minute, and I'll try to put it back up. All right, let's see.
Computer crimes unit that conducted the forensic analysis?
Correct.
Okay, so when we received our presentation today, we refer to evidence found in the defendant's phone to be computer crimes unit who actually did the physical extraction?
Yes, sir.
Well, sir, I want to take you right to the scene, November the 30th. If you could please tell us the names of those who were killed.
Excuse me. Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, Justin Schilling,
Take a moment, sir.
Tim, we've never done anything like this. It's okay.
Madison Baldwin.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Who was wounded?
Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Riley Franz, Kylie Osage, John Asciuto, Molly Darnell, Aiden Watson.
The person who committed these murders and attempted murders in court today?
Yes.
Please tell the court what he's wearing today.
He's sitting next to the counsel. He's wearing orange jail uniform.
Or will the record reflect the identification of the defendant for this hearing?
So reflected.
Detective, the Oxford High School is equipped with surveillance cameras, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that covers both interior as well as exterior footage?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, there's over 90 cameras in that school.
Yes, sir.
And they were operational on November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of your investigation, your duties as the officer in charge, did you review the surveillance footage of the interior of the school on November the 30th, 21?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed eyewitness statements and things of the like?
Yes, sir.
Based upon that investigation, are you able to tell us where the shooting started in Oxford High School?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Lieutenant, all of these exhibits have been admitted. I'm going to give you a binder for you to refer to.
Okay.
First, I'll direct you to the screen here. This is People's Exhibit 1. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is a map of the layout of the Oxford High School. Is that right?
That's correct.
The highlighted portions, what significance is that?
So the highlighted portion is what's referred to as the 200 hallway, and that's where the entire shooting occurred within that highlighted area.
Now, this is a zoomed portion of that, and we have exit doors identified. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So door 7 is on the left next to room 256, 249. Then it moves on to door 6, door 5, and door 4.
Correct.
So where did the shooting first start?
The shooting began, the defendant exited the bathroom just above room 258 there on your left. He made a left-hand turn out of that bathroom and began shooting.
So you invested. Are you able to see this now?
I can.
It's 258 right here.
That's correct.
Okay, and the bathroom is signified here with the laser pointer.
That's correct. He exited that bathroom, turned left, and began shooting.
Now, sir, he was in the handicap stall before he exited the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this photograph from the handicap stall in that bathroom?
Correct.
And these are been identified as the defendant's items.
Correct.
Okay, tell us what was found in that stall.
Miscellaneous homework papers or work papers from school, a hardbound journal, leather journal, some wires from, power cords from computers and things of that nature.
Did you examine those papers found in the backpack?
Yeah, the assignments, yes.
Okay, tell us what a note, if anything, was discovered in those pieces of paper.
I believe there was 93 pieces of paper somewhere in that area, over 90, and on those over 90 pages, there was over 50 images of guns drawn.
Now, there's no evidence that any teacher or administrator saw those particular pieces of paper, is that right?
No evidence, no.
Okay. And you said there was a handwritten journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's People's Exhibit 3. That's been admitted. Have you read that entire journal?
I have.
Now, if the journal were to be photocopied, how many pages would it be as far as the actual written portions?
22.
Okay. And out of those 22, the first written page has a drawing of a rocket, am I right? And a quote from a book?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the remaining 21 pages with actual content, can you tell me how many of those 21 pages refer to the school shooting?
Every single one of them.
Were you able to identify that journal as being written by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How's that?
Oh, several reasons. It was found amongst his items there. His name was written throughout it. Later we'll see another assignment where we've seen his handwriting on, and that matched the handwriting in the journal. It also references events that occurred at the school with the deer head weeks prior, the bird head prior, the fact that his father purchased a Caltech. So
you're able to tell from the overall context of the passages that it was in fact the defendant's and he did in fact write it.
yes.
I'm going to refer to portions of his journal, and feel free if you have written notes in front of you to refer to it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
We're going to start with page 22 of Exhibit 3. Looking at the screen, sir, can you tell us please what the defendant wrote?
Yes. He wrote, excuse me, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Now, further down on page 22, can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. Ready and the 9mm ready. Then I walk behind any girl, pretty in parentheses, and shoot them in the back of the head. I will then shoot anyone I see, aiming for the head, until I have to reload. I will then find a full class.
Lieutenant, the defendant indicated he wanted to aim for the head and then turn the firearm onto classrooms.
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to refer you to Exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Those are the autopsy protocols of the murdered children. Sir, you reviewed these?
I have.
Okay. Now, out of the 4 murdered children, how many were shot in the head?
Of the
3 of those individuals were shot in the head, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And then out of the 7 wounded, an additional 3 were shot in the upper extremities, neck, face, or head area, is that right?
Correct.
Now, he also wrote in the passage about wanting to turn the firearm into the classroom. Did you find evidence in the school that the defendant actually did that?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to refer to you to Exhibit 8 on the screen. What is this photograph of?
So our forensic lab who processed the scene, that is a rod that indicates the direction of travel from a fired round. So as you can see, that fired round went through that the little steel barrier outside the door, 247.
And this is classroom 244. What are we looking at here?
A similar thing, but this time it went through the glass.
And this is classroom, or this is office 224, and this is Miss Molly Darnell's. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. And there's 3 rods through that door, indicating 3 rounds penetrated that door.
And this is classroom 223. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, that appears to be a round that didn't penetrate all the way through the door, but was obviously shot at.
And then 220, what do we have down here?
Again, we have an additional round that was fired through a door.
And finally, classroom 215.
Yeah, we have 3 more rounds fired into the glass partition outside of in the classroom, I should say.
Now, Lieutenant, it's true that each of these 6 classrooms were occupied by children hiding at that point in time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to refer back to page 22 of the defendant's journal. Can you please tell the court what the defendant wrote?
I will continue shooting people until police breach the building. I will then surrender to them and plead guilty to life in prison.
Baxter, how was the defendant apprehended?
He, deputy's arrivals, he placed the gun on a garbage can behind him, got on his knees and put his hands straight up in the air.
So that was directly after he executed Justin Schilling and Keegan Gregory ran for his life. Would that be right?
That is correct.
Is there any evidence that the defendant tried to run?
Not at all.
Did he try to fight?
None.
So, in fact, he did a complete surrender, like you wrote.
Absolutely.
Now, at that point, the point he surrendered, was there anybody else left to shoot?
No, I mean, at that point he had, after Keegan Gregory ran out of the bathroom, there was no one left in the bathroom. He came out. The hallways were obviously clear except for law enforcement coming down the hallway, and so there's no more victims for him to.
So at the time the defendant opened the bathroom door and placed his gun on top of the trash can, the police were not next to him. In fact, you couldn't see them at that point.
That's correct.
I'll refer you to page 21 of the defendant's journal. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote here?
So in the margin there, it says, "I wonder what life in prison will be like."
Okay. And then throughout this page, does the defendant write a list of items it appears that he plans to take on November the 30th?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
It says 1 9mm pistol, extra mags. And then to the right it says half blood, and the word underneath that it says fuck. And then 2 to 5 Molotov cocktails, 1 to 3 powdered, I believe it's NOS flares, pair of gloves, a hat, jacket, mask, knife.
Now, Lieutenant, I want to take you back to the photograph of the defendant's backpack in the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned these cords, these wires. Did that cause the investigators concern when they initially appeared on it?
Yes. So, to explain, our first step is to identify, locate the shooter. That was done. Once he was in custody, we also looked for secondary shooters and any additional type devices. But we also try to identify victims and sweep the rest of the building. During that sweep, that's when this was discovered. On or around that time, we also became aware of a YouTube video that the defendant made throwing Molotov cocktails. There was some concern by the officers who approached that there may be some secondary device in that bag.
Secondary device meaning what?
An explosive device.
Okay.
So we notified the Michigan State Police Bomb Squad. They came in to x-ray it.
And of course, this all occurred before anyone ever examined the journal, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, he also wrote about a hat, a jacket, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In reviewing the video, did you discover the defendant changed his appearance before the shooting?
Yes, prior to going in, he has a gray hoodie on, his backpack, no hat. He comes out. It appears that hoodie was just flipped inside out. He dropped his backpack and he's wearing a black knit cap.
Now, page 21, the defendant indicated a date and a time, and then read the passage right underneath that.
The date is 11/9/2021 as of 2:13 p.m. I want the world to remember me.
Now, we talked a little bit about how computer crimes is the division of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office responsible for a forensic examination of digital evidence such as a cell phone. And the defendant's cell phone was seized in search, pursuant to a search warrant. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, understanding that you're not personally a computer or cell phone forensic examiner, you did review the entire extracted download. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you uncover, and your detectives uncovered, in the course of reviewing that cell phone extraction, a text message thread between the defendant and another juvenile, who we will not name, and that text message thread in particular was over 20,000 texts in total, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if it were to be printed out, it would be over 5,000 pages.
Correct.
Okay. Now, first, for the record, Judge, and for counsel, we have Exhibit 15, is the copy of the full file extraction. That's on a portable hard drive. Should either party want to refer to it, for the court review it.
Thank you. So noted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, in the course of this investigation, Lieutenant, were the defendant's parents' phones seized and searched as well?
Yes.
Okay. So we also have Exhibits 16 and 17 for their cell phone extraction should either party or the court need to review that, Judge.
Thank you. So noted.
Lieutenant, for the record, Exhibit 18 is an isolated portable hard drive of that text message thread that we recovered. It's between the defendant and the other juvenile. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you've had the opportunity to review those text messages?
Yes.
Now, referring you to the slide, this is a text message from March 17th, 2021, sent at 12:41 a.m. to 12:46 a.m., UTC -4. And for the record, every text message has a date and a corresponding page number to Exhibit 18. And this time has been converted from UTC to Eastern Standard Time. Is that right, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell us what the defendant wrote here.
This is why when you die, you need to be remembered for a long time. Doing something that will make people think about you until time ends. Unless you do something that will make people remember you, like people remember King Henry, or Cleopatra, or even Hitler. If you want to be remembered forever, how would you want to be remembered? As a smart and heroic person, or someone who massacred people and scars other people's brain of your life?
At that point, the other juvenile replied, smart and heroic, probably. And then, how about you?
Then the defendant replied back, not for me to say.
Okay, so this was in March 17, 2021. And this theme of wanting to be remembered, is that repeated throughout the defendant's journal?
Yes, sir.
Moving now to page 19. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Killing myself is too much of a pussy move. People will just forget about me and I will have never making an impact in this world. The only way is to shoot up the school.
Further on down page 19, can you please read what the defendant wrote? Start with I'm going.
I'm going to rain fucking fire down on this school. I will cause the biggest school shooting in Michigan's history. I will kill everyone I fucking see.
And finally, page 19, the bottom.
I want to be remembered through all of history.
Flip please to page 18 of the defendant's journal. This is the top portion of page 18 of the defendant writing. Could you please read that passage?
I just saw a group of girls sitting down in the hallway. If I had my pistol on me, then I would have not hesitated to blow both of their brains out. I would just hope their parents will feel with sadness and distraught. When I shoot up the school, I hope that every parent of kids I gratefully murder will be so sad that they kill themselves. I want all of America to see the darkness in me. I want to impact the world with this. I'm going to record the shooting so when they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying. I want for the parents to see their kids burn to ash and bawl their eyes out. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison, rotting like a tomato.
Oh, sir, that page doesn't end there, is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a drawing right underneath that.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, please, what we're looking at.
It's a drawing of a hand extended, firing a round into the back of presumably a young female.
And what did the defendant write about that?
The first victim has to be a pretty girl with a future so she can suffer just like me.
Lieutenant, who was the first person shot?
Phoebe Arthur. Excuse me. Phoebe Arthur.
And do you know where she was shot?
In the face.
I want to move now to page 17 There's a part here that's redacted, and we redacted the name of a different school shooter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you please read the remainder of that passage?
He is my idol. I want to do what he did. I want America to hear what I did. I know that rarely only shootings have happened in Michigan, so that means I will cause the largest school shooting ever in the state. I'm not going to kill myself. I will surrender to the police. I wish to hear the screams of the children as I shoot them. All I need is my 9mm pistol, which I'm currently begging my dad for.
Lieutenant, the defendant actually eventually obtained a 9mm pistol.
Yes, sir.
Okay, approach the witness, Judge.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you, it's already been admitted, as well as evidence above.
For the record, is that People's 19?
That is just thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, what is Exhibit 19?
It's a 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Now, is that actually the murder weapon from November the 30th, 2021?
It is. It was the weapon used and the weapon recovered that day.
When was that gun purchased?
The Friday just prior to the shooting.
So that would have been November the 26th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And that was purchased from a firearms store in Oxford?
Correct.
Who was the registered purchaser of that firearm?
James Crumbley.
And that's the defendant's father?
It is.
Were you aware that the defendant was with James Crumbley when that gun was purchased?
We came to know that, yes.
Now, sir, you were here when the defendant pled guilty on October the 24th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And so you've heard his statements in court?
Yes.
And is it true that the defendant stated that he actually gave his father money for that gun?
Correct.
And he actually picked out that gun?
Yes.
Did you uncover evidence that this defendant posted pictures about that firearm on social media after it was obtained for him?
Yes, those were recovered off his phone.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 20. This is a post from the defendant's Instagram account. Can you please tell us what the caption is on the photograph the defendant posted?
Just got my new beauty today. Heart eye emoji. Sig Sauer 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer.
And that was taken November the 26th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is another post that the defendant posted to his Instagram account on November the 26th, 2021. Is it the same caption?
It is.
Again, is this the same weapon that we've identified as the murder weapon, Exhibit 20?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is another Instagram post. The defendant posted that picture November 26, 2021, and same caption on this photograph.
Yes.
What do you note about this particular picture?
Are there still people in here that are new that I can't even talk, that wasn't here in the beginning when I went over what the Miller hearing is real quick? I know Tracy between Dayton and Columbus. Wait, okay, so that's still pretty far from me. I mean, I guess it's not too far. There's probably like 3 hours, I bet, because Dayton's more like over 4 hours. Columbus is like 2 hours. So, okay. Why didn't I realize? Did I know you are from Ohio? Huh. Okay, so let's go over what the Miller hearing is. It's a special hearing, which a judge will determine how to sentence. So he's been convicted of 24 felonies, Ethan. He actually pled guilty to all 24. But since he was charged as an adult, but he cannot be automatically handed a life sentence without a chance for parole because he is a minor. So it says a so-called Miller hearing must be held during which the judge will consider a number of factors before handing down his sentence. And then there's like some factors that I actually went through all of those at the beginning. Let me see if I could kind of like condense it here. Hold on. Let's see. Factors. So some of the factors is defendant's age, extreme mental or emotional disturbance at the time the crime was committed, mental retardation, lack of prior criminal record. What else? When a minor is convicted of first-degree murder, oh wait, hold on. So age will play a role, in addition to mental health issues. What else? Okay, so here's the Michigan bar says a judge or jury will specifically consider the following factors during a Miller hearing: the defendant's chronological age and its hallmark features, among them immaturity, failure to appreciate risks and consequences, the defendant's family and home environment, the circumstances of the homicide offense, including the extent of the defendant's participation in the conduct and the way familial and peer pressures may have affected the defendant, whether the defendant might have been charged with and convicted of a lesser offense if not for incompetencies associated with youth, and the defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. So it says the ruling of Miller versus Alabama also dictates that a prosecutor must file a motion within 21 days of the date of the minor's conviction if the prosecutor intends to seek a life sentence without possibility of parole, which this prosecutor is. He's trying, but we'll see what the judge says. Let's see. So it says after the Oxford shooter pleaded guilty to 24 count felony charges, the Oakland County Prosecutor Office filed a motion requesting the harshest possible sentence to be issued. So that's that. So it says that they think that it's likely that he'll be sentenced this year, but it's unknown exactly when this will happen. It's not expected to take place during or immediately after this hearing. And then, the court will decide whether to sentence the minor to life without parole or to a term of years in prison instead. The Michigan bar says either way, the court is required to state on the record the aggravating and mitigating factors if it considered in reaching its decision. So remember, he was 15 when he did this, he was 15 when this took place, but then when he pled guilty, he was 16. But yeah, he was, basically 15 when the crime happened. So remember, he killed 4, injured 7. And I think that's about it as far as to understand what this is about, right? Okay. All right. So let's continue.
He has it appears to be some knowledge of how to handle firearms. His finger, which is very important when handling firearms, is outside the trigger guard. He is lining up the sights. You're trained with those kind of sights specifically to line them up 3 in a row. If you think of them like 3 equal light on equal sides, equal amount of lights on equal sides.
Okay. So that's the correct way to aim that firearm, am I right?
Yes.
All right. And finally, Instagram post that the defendant posted on November the 27th, the next day, 2021. What was the caption on this picture?
Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sights. LOL.
Now, in the extraction, this forensic extraction of the defendant's parents' cell phones, did we find evidence that the defendant's mother posted about going to the shooting range with the defendant as well?
Yes, we did.
All right. Now, this is from Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram, and this was posted November the 27th, 2021. What did the defendant's mother post?
Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
And This is another picture of a target.
Yes, sir.
Same caption referencing his new Xmas present.
Correct.
Again, November 27, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Finally, on her Instagram, what is this?
That is the this pistol, along with those magazines. A picture of him.
And what's the caption here?
Mom and son day testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
Now, in a review of Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram stories, was there a short clip of the defendant training with a firearm?
Yes, sir, there was.
And in fact, throughout this investigation, there's evidence uncovered of the defendant training with different firearms.
Yes, there was.
Okay. Now, this picture right here that Jennifer Crumbley posted, this was just 3 days before the shooting. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
First, I'm going to show you a clip from Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram story. This is from June the 22nd, 2021. What's the post that Jennifer Crumbley wrote?
Ethan and James R. Crumbley both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range.
Now, you mentioned that evidence was uncovered that they were both training with firearms.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as exhibits. As soon as this unfreezes, Lieutenant. I'm going to show you a video from November the 26th, 2021. This is what the defendant posted. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go on. Judge, I believe we have the television, the court's television is frozen. You just give me one moment, please. Play this again. Now, this was posted November the 26th, 2021, and the defendant actually posted this clip. Now, before I play the clip, what are we looking at here?
I can't make that out.
Okay. Well, I'll let it play, then you can tell us.
All right. We're looking down the barrel of the gun, the weapon used in the
In the shooting?
murder. Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you a video from November 27, 2021 of the defendant and his mother, Jennifer Crumbley, at a shooting range.
And for the record, which exhibit number is this?
That is Exhibit 24. What we just saw is Exhibit 23.
Thank you.
So we see the defendant with a gray sweatshirt,
Yes.
and that's his mother walking next to him.
Yes, sir.
And the defendant has a target, paper target in his hand. Is that right?
Yes, sir, he does.
Okay. And next to him, has that been identified as the murder weapon that was bought the day prior?
Yes, correct.
Tell us what he's doing, please.
He's inserting the magazine into the, which is also known as the clip, into the pistol and chambering around, basically loading the gun.
doesn't have any help with him there, is that right?
That's correct.
As you watch the defendant shoot this firearm on November the 27th, 2021, tell me what comes to mind.
The most interesting thing to me is that obviously this is the first time he just bought this gun, so presumably this is either one of the first times, if not the first time, that he shoots this gun. He understands the basic concepts of shooting. Two-hand grip, arms extended, bringing the sights up to your line of sight.
And you've already mentioned the photograph of him lining up those three sights.
Yes, sir.
The defendant retracts his target.
Yeah, so the last round, obviously, after it's empty, the slide locks to the rear. He removed the magazine and retracted the target.
So what are we seeing right now?
Now he is assisting his mother with her turn at shooting the weapon.
Now, when you say assisting, is Jennifer Crumbley showing him how to use it, or is the defendant showing Jennifer Crumbley how to use it?
Yeah, it's clear. I mean, it's evident by the video that he is teaching her what to do.
This video depicts the defendant actually pointing out different aspects of the gun. Where
Yeah, if you remember, he loaded the gun, racked the slide, did everything, and he's kind of walking her through the steps now. That's called a slide release, what she just hit that moves the gun forward. And now it appears she doesn't know how to properly grip the pistol.
Now, comparing shooting stances, who is the more experienced looking shooting stance?
Yeah, experience and more confident looking shooting stance is Ethan, for sure. Pardon me, the defendant.
At this point in the video, the defendant's mother actually calls the defendant over to retrieve the magazine.
Yes. So she sets the gun down when she's done, whereas the defendant, properly unloaded it, left it down.
There's multiple times throughout the surveillance video that shows the defendant's mother asking the defendant for help.
Yeah. See, here's she's still unsure about how to grip the firearm. She's putting her thumb around her wrist, and he's showing her, no, your thumbs forward. Two hands on the gun, thumbs forward.
Then I'm going to move on now to what's been admitted as Exhibit 25. Now, speaking of videos that depict the defendant training with firearms, in the investigation, the video was uncovered from a different shooting range in September of 2021 when he was at the range with his father. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is September the 25th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, so who are we looking at on the video right now as I turn it on?
That is the defendant in the black hat, gray sweatshirt, and his father, James Crumbley, in the white sweatshirt.
So it appears they're moving from different counters, looking at the items.
Yes.
Now, shooting range, are you able to rent firearms to shoot as well as occasionally purchase firearms?
Yes, you can.
So at this point, they have a basket and they're moving into the range. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, earlier you mentioned the Kel-Tec pistol.
Yes, sir.
It's true that James Crumbley purchased that Kel-Tec pistol in June of 2021?
June, yes, sir.
Okay. So there's appears to be a pistol in James Crumbley's hip. So this is before the 9mm used in the murder was purchased, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we presume that James Crumbley brought his .22 caliber Kel-Tec semi-automatic pistol to shoot.
Yes.
And it appears there's a second firearm on the table of the shooting lane. Would that be a firearm that they rented?
I believe, yes.
Okay. And again, who's stepping up first, the shooting lane?
The defendant.
There's nobody showing him how to use that firearm, is that right?
Correct.
All right, this is admitted as an exhibit, so in the interest of time, I will pause it right here. But again, when reviewing the defendant's shooting stance, does he appear to be confident and experienced?
Yes, he does.
Okay, I'd like to direct you back to the journal. Page 16 of the defendant's journal. Please tell us what the defendant wrote.
I plan on dumping Jeffrey's head in a bathroom to hope the stench will reek. I hope that people will talk about it for the rest of the day because I want the attention. However, I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you the next few questions as you're thinking about the entire context of the journal, the text messages, and the entire investigation. So, the defendant wrote, I plan on dumping Jeffrey's head in a bathroom. Did you uncover, and the investigators uncover, what he was talking about?
Yes, there was an incident where a bird head in a jar of fluid was left by the defendant in the same bathroom that he exited the day of the shooting. But it was prior to the shooting.
Okay, so if I'm correct in understanding, and this was November the 11th, 2021?
Yes, November 11th. Correct, sir.
From the context of this passage where he says it would make me getting the 9mm impossible, obviously this is before November the 26th.
Yes.
Okay. And then you did come to learn that someone at Oxford High School did uncover a decapitated bird head contained in a jar of fluid from the men's bathroom.
Yes.
The defendant is writing about how he actually did that and what he's talking about.
Yes.
And this theme is continued on throughout the journal and the text message. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll get into more detail in a little bit. Later on, when we get into May of 2021, we'll be discussing the torture, mutilation, and killing of baby birds. But this is a different bird, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand he named the bird's head Jeffrey.
Correct.
Okay.
That bird head looked. I don't know birds all that well, but it looked more advanced in age, it looked more like an adult bird than a.
Certainly different than the picture of the bird subsequently tortured.
Yeah, the hatchling. Yeah.
Page 15 of the defendant's journal. Please tell the court what the defendant wrote.
So during the passing time of 3rd to 4th hour, I went into the bathroom and I wanted to dump the bird head on the ground and keep the jar. But there were people waiting, so I put the whole jar on top of the toilet paper dispenser.
And in fact, that's where that jar was found.
Yes.
Further on down, page 15.
So now I'm pissed because I want to do the shooting with a 9mm pistol as they are effective for killing. But right now all I got is a puny 22 LR Kel-Tec that I don't know where my dad hid it.
And underneath that passage, what do we see?
The defendant draws 2 separate rounds or bullets. On the left, a 22 LR long rifle. It says kill range 25 meters max, and then a 9mm Parabellum, kill range 100 meters.
Now, Lieutenant, the police officer for 27 years, you're obviously familiar with firearms and ammunition.
Yes, sir.
If you could please tell the court, what's the difference between 22 millimeter, a 22 caliber, and a 9mm?
Well, the most glaring difference is the size. The 9mm caliber is a much larger round. It has more, it has more impact. It does more damage.
Which round, comparatively speaking, the 22 to the 9mm, would be more likely to penetrate a classroom door?
The 9mm. The 22, I'm not a gun expert, but 22s are designed for target practice with paper and or very small game hunting, where the 9mm is essentially a combat round.
So, police officers, soldiers with their sidearm, they commonly carry a 9mm handgun?
Correct.
Okay, they wouldn't carry a 22 into combat?
Absolutely not.
Now, in the course of this investigation, you and the detectives uncovered internet search history of the defendant on his phone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you find evidence of the defendant researching different weapons and ammunition on his phone?
We did.
We'll start with November the 29th, 2021, 2:07 p.m. What was the defendant's Google search?
His Google search was type of 22 bullets.
And, Your Honor, for the record, when we have item 1, item 12, that signifies the particular search in the exhibit for the court.
Thank you. So noted.
Thank you. Now, item 12, on November the 26th, what did the defendant search?
Sig Sauer P365.
Okay. And that's 4 days before the shooting?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, item 23, on November the 24th, what did the defendant write?
The 24th, he wrote 9mm types comparison. He searched that in Google.
Now, everything that we have here in quotes, that's bolded on the side, those are the defendant's actual words that he typed into Google on his phone.
Yes.
Now, we have a few different items redacted for privacy purposes. Can you tell us what the defendant searched on November 23rd, 2021, which is 1 week before the shooting?
Used firearms, redacted firearms and range.
And what about the next search, item 34?
He typed in used guns, redacted shooting goods.
Now, November the 10th, 2021, 20 days before the shooting, what did the defendant search?
What is a Molotov cocktail?
Now, moving on to item 62, November the 9th, 2021, which is 21 days before the shooting, what did the defendant write?
How deadly is a 9mm pistol?
And October the 4th, 2021, item 99, what did the defendant write?
How many yards away is a 22 effective?
Okay. And when you see in type or text the decimal point and the numbers 22, that signifies a 22 caliber?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the text message thread, did you find evidence of the defendant's desire to own, possess, and use firearms?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to direct you to June the 14th, 2021, 5:34 p.m. to 5:47 p.m. Can you please read to us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. We went to the store. That place is fucking cool. They close soon, so my dad will go up there and do it tomorrow. My dad even said I could get a revolver if I wanted to, like a snub-nose one. Yeah, it's just more money. No, I'm not getting both.
And that's in reference to a Derringer and a revolver?
Yes. Also, for 100 rounds of 22 LR, it's only $15.
Sir, what's LR signify?
Long rifle. And it's only $40 for 50 rounds of 9mm. Every type of ammo there is, stupid expensive, expect for the 22. My dad said I can get a gun like this if I want to.
And then he sent a YouTube link,
Yes.
correct?
The only thing, though, is that I don't really want to spend $300, but it's worth it, I think.
Okay, Lieutenant, I think it's worth noting that we have quotations, and those are the actual words the defendant texted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, June the 15th, 2021, 9:58 p.m. to 10 p.m., what did the defendant text?
Also, I went to the gun store today and got the Derringer, but it was on a delay, so I won't be able to actually have it until a couple more days. I paid for it, just don't have it yet. I'm so hyped. My dad is also most likely going to get a gun. It's a handgun, 15 rounds, so I will have 2 guns to shoot. I don't know the type, but it's cool looking handgun. It's a magazine.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 27. I'll hand you this first.
Can I have gloves?
Please, a pair of gloves. Sure.
Sorry.
Now, Exhibit 27, right here. Can you please tell me what I've handed you?
It is the Derringer pistol reference in the messages.
Tell us, please, what is that?
So a Derringer is a small firearm, a 22 caliber weapon. This actually has is 2 shots. So after 2 shots, you have to eject the cartridges and reload.
Okay, so the capacity of that is only 2 rounds at a time, and then he would have to reload,
Yes,
and the bullet themselves would be very small.
correct.
Okay. And that was purchased in June of 2021, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and is that what the defendant's referring to in this text message that we identified as Exhibit 18?
yes, it is.
Okay. Now, looking at 28 here. Tell us, please, what is Exhibit 28?
This is the Kel-Tec 22 automatic.
Okay, and that was purchased by James Crumbley in June of 2021?
Yes,
Okay, now that's a semi-automatic handgun,
it is.
but it doesn't have the same sort of power as a 9mm, would that be right?
That's correct.
And that's because of the type of caliber bullet.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to show you 2 more text messages and then 2 videos.
Okay.
So moving on to June the 29th of 2021, 2:42 a.m. What did the defendant text?
Thing is, I had like over $1,000 before the Derringer, but now I only have like $800.
What about July the 29th, 2029?
He says, I want to get the Glock now. The only thing is they're like $500, and 9mm is expensive AF as fuck. Shotguns are cool. Yeah, but
Referring to Glocks?
Yeah, but Glocks are lightweight and shoot fast. It's like my type of gun for safety and not to shoot at the range. Kel-Tecs are really fun to shoot. When I shoot my dad's last time, I barely got any kickback.
From the context of these text messages, it's apparent that the defendant is actually paying for those firearms.
Yes.
Now, moving to August the 10th, 2021, can you please read what the defendant wrote?
I got my Derringer back and some more ammo.
What about August the 19th, 2021?
He
So, the
posted.
defendant sent a video to
Yes.
his friend?
Yes,
Okay.
he did.
And then what did the defendant write?
Shoot that Sunday.
And then August the 20th, this is just after midnight, another video was sent?
Correct.
And what did the defendant write?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL. Just kidding. Not just kidding. I know gun safety, so it's no problem. Now it's time to shoot up the school. Devil emoji, and then a series of JKs, which reference just kidding.
I'm going to show you those videos I referenced. bear with me, I believe I have to unplug this and plug it back in here.
Sure.
Now this is Exhibit 29. This was sent in that text message conversation, June the 16th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
This appears to be the defendant's hand with the derringer in his hand.
Yes.
What's he doing with it?
He's dry firing it, meaning there's no rounds in it. He's just cocking the weapon and pulling the trigger.
Let me show you now Exhibit 30. This is from August the 20th, 2021.
That was a video of the Kel-Tec. He slammed it down to insert the magazine and then hit the slide release to move the round forward, or to move the slide forward.
Okay. When we say the Kel-Tec, we're talking about what's been admitted here?
Yes.
Exhibit 28?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant, now I want to direct your attention to page 14 of the defendant's journal.
Okay.
Are you able to read the passage?
So I am very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how many potential people will die.
I think about how I'm getting closer to prison and how many potential people will die. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I got to. So I'm very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how I am getting closer to prison and how many potential people will die.
Okay. Now, further down the page, what did the defendant write?
The security guard, so no one knows that, put the bird head in the bathroom. It just amuses me how I can cause people to talk about what I did, and it makes me happy. Once I do the shooting, it will go down as one of the biggest school shooting in American and Michigan.
Now, the defendant writing about spending his life in prison, going to prison, is this a theme that you found throughout the journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you also uncover, when reviewing the defendant's internet search history, was that theme prevalent there as well?
Yes, it was, sir.
I will direct you to a few different internet searches found in the defendant's browser history. November 29, 2021. This is 8:45 p.m., which is the night before the shooting. And it's item 5. Can you please read what the defendant wrote?
He Google searched, what is the worst prison sentence you can get in Michigan?
What about item 9?
He wrote, what is a life sentence for a 15-year-old?
And that's what he actually searched on his phone in Google.
Yes, that's what he entered, correct.
And this was 1 week before the shooting.
Yes.
What about item 11?
What is
So I'm tempted to maybe skip through some of this. I really want to get to the doctor's stuff. So, man, we still have a while to go. What do you guys think? Let me see here. I thought I cut out some of this, but I guess I have more than I thought. So is this blank sentence to death? Okay, let's see here. Actually, we could read some of his journal. Wow. Whoa. Look at that. Dang. He says some really messed up things, but is he just talking? Like, is he just saying that for like the attention? You know what I'm saying? Like, does he really feel this and mean this? Or is it just something that he's trying to make it as like, look as bad as possible for that attention or something? I don't know. I mean, is he really this evil and really wants to see like this much, like see people in pain and stuff like that? Or is it more just something he's saying. I mean, who freaking knows? But he does say some evil sounding stuff. Um, and the reason I mean, well, no, I guess not. The only reason I'm saying this, but like Juliet, you brought up, I got like things said to me just as bad as this stuff. But did those people really mean it to me? Did they really wish that kind of harm on me? Probably not. It's just something that they say, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I would hope not. If that's the case, then we have like thousands of psychopaths in this community. You know what I'm saying? So I doubt that they freaking really meant that. It's just something that you're saying to like bring like the most like what is the word? To cause like the most I don't even know what the right word is, but so I don't know with him. I'm not sure, but um okay, so can you guys read that? Maybe we could just read this stuff ourselves here, some of this stuff. So it says I started working a plan. It was a plan to kidnap. Oh, thanks, Crash Landing. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, just because he's writing this evil stuff, I'm not convinced that he deeply really means this. He might just be, some people are like, they are kind of evil. I don't know if evil is the right word, but they do get enjoyment and they do want to harm people. But I'm not convinced yet that I mean, the whole bird thing. Yeah, I guess I got to remember everything here. Well, let's just watch all this and then I guess we can make our decision here. Because he did, yeah, anybody that could hurt an animal. Oh, that's, you know what I'm saying? But I know he hurt people too. But I'm just saying, oh, he's so young, 15 years old. What did they say? Like 20s is when your brain is fully developed. Um, I don't know. Don't read it out loud. Oh, but he reads it out loud. He's been reading them. Okay, maybe I'll just let him read it, I guess. Okay, well. Like you were saying earlier, Juliet, I feel like it's really hard to tell right now if he is this person and if he can be rehabilitated and if he can learn and be a better person. How can they tell right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like they should wait like 10 years maybe, or even 20 years with therapy and then see how he's doing. I wish they could do that. That would make the most sense on determining like they're trying to determine right now how he's going to be in like 50 years. Like, it's impossible. Why not like get some experience with him, wait like minimum 10 years, maybe 20 years, and see, like, is he, as he's maturing and as he's getting therapy, what kind of person is he, and then kind of determine it. It makes, it's kind of is weird that they're trying to determine that now because they have nothing to go by. I mean, what do they really don't have anything to go by as far as what he's going to be and if he's going to be able to be rehabilitated and how he's going to progress, and you know what I'm saying, and mature from that. How the heck are they going to be able to tell that? So I guess it's just the way they have to do it. Could anybody look up while we're watching this? I guess I could too, but the only thing is when I leave my screen, it glitches out. That's why I can't look up things. Oh, I guess I could use my phone. I hate that when I'm playing something and I try to look at a different tab, it like glitches out and then the audio like gets desynced from the video. Okay, so I want to know what is the chances if they could go back after, let's say the judge determines, yes, he can be life without parole. Let's say he decides that sentence is appropriate for him. Now, can they go back in years after that and then go before, a parole board or whatever they do and see if he could change that, if he has a chance? I don't know. If somebody, Alibi, that was you that said in Pennsylvania they have that you could do that, right? I'm trying to think what would be the best way to word that, to look that up. I guess I could just word it just like that and see what it says. So this is what he's from Oxford. What's the county? Here, I'm going to play this and then I'm going to look it up and see. That'd be interesting to know if they can go back afterwards. But I bet you it's going to be harder. If they don't determine that now, I bet you it's going to be really, really a lot harder to do that in the future. but I don't know. Oh, what is it? Wait. What does DP mean? What does that stand for? Florida has the DP? So we have a 12-year-old being charged as an adult for murder here in Florida, and Florida has the D. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Wow, no. So he could get that? See, I don't agree that a 12-year-old should get that. No. Wow. Do you think is he gonna be up for that charge? Do you know, Wolfpack? Oh, nice, Tracy. Yeah, I definitely I'm gonna get me and my mom wanna go. Hey, Olivia Burnett, me too. Let me see. I want to see if I have some more comments, see if anybody has some more insight onto any of this. Yeah. I that's what I used to always carry in my car. I always had it like when I was in Colorado and stuff. I always had my bat and I'm like, that's my protection. I have my baseball bat. So I'd have it in like the trunk. Well, I had a Jeep and I'd have it like, in the trunk or the back of the car or whatever. I made sure I always had it for protection. But I mean, I guess it's somewhat, but it's still would be hard if you had a gun, Okay, so hey, Trap Mafia. Okay, so hold on one second. Let me scroll down here. Oh, I guess I am. Wait, my messages aren't. I just realized some of my messages didn't even go out for some reason. Huh. Some kids use journal. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it looks like some of the messages I wrote aren't even on here. That's weird. Oh, wow. In the door pocket on the driver's side. I didn't bring it into the car for that reason. Yeah, hammer would be, whoa, hammers would, wow, hammers could do a lot more damage than a bat, I would say. Hey, Babs, what's up? What else? Oh, you're funny. Okay, so it all continues. I'll try to skip through some of this. I thought I cut some of this out and but I think I forgot some of the kind of more boring stuff. I mean, it's all pretty interesting, but I know the hearing's so long. I was trying to cut it down into a little bit more shorter clips. Yeah, that's true, Tracy. I have AAA too. Yeah. All right, let me press play.
A plan. It was a plan to kidnap, rape, and kill her. I talked to
Redacted name.
to find out where she lives and found out she lives a 5-minute walk away from me. I made this plan to break in the BR bedroom at night and kidnap her with an industrial-sized garbage bag. I would then take her to my basement where I would torture and rape until I slit her throat alive. I was so close to executing the plan, but fortunately, my friend, Redacted, stopped me very calmly.
Okay. Now this plan that he referenced, that was regarding another student, Oxford High School?
Yes, it was.
And did this come through in his text messages to that other juvenile as well? Okay, I'm going to show you
Yes.
some of those text messages. This
Hey,
is May
Shorty.
the 12th, 2021, 11:23 p.m. And this is in reference to that same individual that you wrote about in the journal.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, please, what the defendant wrote.
Kidnap her, then tie her up, then rape her, then torture her, then kill her, then dissect her, then take her eyeballs, then bury the body.
Okay. On May the 20th, 2021, he was still writing about this.
Yeah, he quotes, "I'm not going to get caught, man. I'm going to bring my gun just in case. Full air and pellets. Basically deadly. But I have full plan on how to kidnap her. It's just super risky."
Now, you uncovered evidence in this text message thread of the defendant's desire and discussion of committing violent acts towards other individuals as well.
Yes.
Okay. And specifically towards children in this portion of the text conversation. This is March the
I'm gonna skip through a little
And-
bit.
Have the plan on my phone.
Now, Lieutenant, from the context of the rest of the journal, it's
Oh wait, hold on. If you want to read, see.
And we can tell ourselves that it's okay. But I want to do bad. It satisfies me.
again, that was written in February of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Lieutenant, I want to direct you back to the defendant's journal, this time at page 8.
Oh, that's a good idea, Tracy. Huh.
Starting with
Last
can you please read that?
night, I made a plan on my phone of what I'm going to do. It's printed out in 5th hour. Never mind, the colored printer in my hour is out of paper. So I'll just have to plan. I will just have to have the plan on my phone.
Now, Lieutenant, from the context of the rest of the journal, it's apparent this passage is referring to the school shooting on November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. So, was evidence found on the defendant's phone that he downloaded a map of Oxford High School?
Yes, sir, there was.
And then was evidence uncovered that with that map, he actually modified it and marked that map up on his phone?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to the screen here. And this picture, this was found on the defendant's phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so we have certain portions here with different colors.
Yep.
We have
Yes.
blue markings on the exterior of the school. We have a purple circle.
Oh, I have
we
pepper
black
spray.
lines. Can you tell us, first of all, what do these blue lines signify?
Those denote the exits at the school.
Or wait, Julia, what do we have? Pepper spray, right? Because we got it for like bear spray. It was I think it's pepper spray. Now I'm like, wait, why does that sound like that's wrong? But we got it when we went camping. But see, I don't know what I did with mine. I was looking for it before my last trip, and I don't know where it's at. It's somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. I know you have yours. Juliet, you could just protect me. Ooh. Ow, I just my scab that anyway, no, I have it somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. I gotta find it. Oh yeah, because you tested yours, remember? Anyway, yeah, and I have a stun gun too. Never had to use it yet, but I have it. It's pretty cool. And I have that's about it, really.
Okay. Now, this was actually found as modified on the defendant's phone, meaning that he's the one who actually put those drawings on there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about this purple circle here? Does that signify anything?
It denotes the area where the murders began.
Okay. And again, he put the severed bird head that he called Jeffrey. He put that bird head in this bathroom right here, adjacent to room 258.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the same bathroom that he exited before he began the shooting.
Yes, sir.
And that's contained within that purple circle there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, sir, the evidence showed that this occurred, this download and this modification occurred November the 10th, 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to the defendant's internet search history at that time. So specifically, the first text here, November 10th, 2000.
Yeah, real quick, what is wasp spray? I mean, I know what it is. I mean, what it's for, obviously, but like, what's the difference? Like, what is it like similar to pepper spray, or how does it repel wasps? Like, you know what I'm saying? Huh? Spray is probably a lot stronger, right? I didn't even know there was wasp spray. I know, right, Tracy? Not even our own. Yeah, I know, it is scary. So I'm saying, like, it's smart to actually have a gun. You never know where this world's going, and you want to protect yourself, right? So you just don't know what's going to happen. Spray it in their eyes, yeah. But I just wonder what it's like. Wasp spray, is it like similar to pepper spray or something? I don't know. All right, let's see here. I'm going to try to fast forward a little bit of this.
21.
Let's see here.
He entered into Google Oxford High.
So you see, he searched Oxford High School layout. What is the average response time for a shooting? And how many police do schools have in Michigan? And you know how they brought up how like he like basically timed out the response time because his plan is that, you know, he wanted to be able to surrender in time so he didn't get shot because he wanted to live to see all the suffering around him. So that's why he's like Googling average response time. So he kind of has an idea like what's the response time. So he makes sure he surrenders in time where they don't shoot him. You know what I'm saying? And then he could live to see all the damage that he's freaking created or whatever. I mean, that's ideally what his whole plan was, which, you know, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Hold on. And it's scary nowadays. You can't trust anyone, not even our government. Wolf spray it. Oh, I see. You thought they meant wasp eyes. Oh my god. I just wonder what is in it though. If it's similar to pepper spray. I'm gonna look it up. I didn't even realize that there was a wasp spray, to be honest. Like that there's something that's specifically for wasps. Isn't good for self-defense. Oh, okay. Wait, the wasp spray isn't, or the pepper spray? Let's just see what is in wasp spray. So you guys have wasp spray for protection. Is that what you're saying? Like you buy it because for like protection, or you just have it for wasps and then you're just saying you can use it? Or do people actually buy it for like the same thing that they buy pepper spray for? Because I've never freaking heard of it. Okay, wasp insectus. Ooh. Geraniol and lemongrass. Wait. Well, there's a bunch of different kinds, actually. Yeah, it says it could cause skin irritation. Avoid contact with skin, eyes, and clothing. I guess a lot of things, if you freaking spray it in your eyes, would not be fun. That's like bear spray, Juliet. Like, remember the difference between a bear spray and like bear spray is basically pepper spray, but it shoots farther. So therefore you don't have to let the bear freaking be so close to you with, you know what I'm saying? Like you could shoot it and like get it farther away before it gets so close. That was like the big difference. I forget why did you want us to get the wasp or the pepper spray over the bear spray? I forget what your reasoning was because I was thinking we should get the bear spray because it shoots farther, it sprays farther. But I forget. You talked me into, or yeah, you talked me into the other stuff, and I can't remember what your reasoning was. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, why didn't we get the sprayer faster or the farther sprayer? Okay, so hold on. Oh, you can make your own homemade wasp spray with liquid dish soap and water. What? This is water and liquid dish soap, I guess, if you want. Just that's for wasps. Um, yeah, I mean, it just like probably, burns a little bit. It looks like. I mean, just, okay. Well, I would probably recommend if you're getting it for protection, just go ahead and get the pepper spray. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but what if we would have? Then we would have been screwed. We would have had to let the bear come so close to us. You know? Ooh. Hey, Peyton. Oh, is Batman here? Did you say who said hi to Batman? I just swear I saw Batman somewhere. But now I don't see you even said hi to him, but I don't see him either. You guys see Batman in here? I do not see him. Huh. Well, hi, Batman. If you've been here the whole time, I can't see you for some reason. I don't know why. That's weird. Huh. Very interesting. Between us and then the bear, as we walked away, he wouldn't follow. Okay. Okay. You're very smart. Very smart. But wouldn't that even be better to protect us from like a bad guy too? Like for we could shoot him farther? I don't know. I think we made a bad purchase choice. Because the more I'm thinking about it, like, what if somebody's coming to get us farther away? Plus, it would have more power behind it. Like if somebody's coming to get us. Wait, I didn't know Crash Landing was Batman. Crash Landing, you never told me you were Batman. Wow. Well, hi. Oh my God. I knew I liked Crash Landing. I just didn't know why. But wow. Okay. Thanks for telling me, Peyton. I had no idea. Um, yeah, I usually could catch his other ones. Like, because they're similar to Batman or like they're similar, but that one, no, wow. Um, no, I don't want wasp spray. I don't think that's a good one. If we're gonna get like, I would want like the bear spray. I'd want the pepper spray that shoots far. I feel like for wasp spray, why not just do the pepper spray? You know what I'm saying? Because that's actually made to, protect you. The wasp spray just happens to maybe like not be nice to get sprayed in the eyes and it could like kind of burn you or whatever. But I don't know if I don't know. I don't think I want it for protection. Oh, okay. I know, but I'm just going along with it. Um, but I would like next time if I had to get more pepper spray, I would probably try to talk you into the bear spray because I would want it to go farther just in case. You never know. Because I know statistically the bears is very low statistically like being attacked by a bear. But wouldn't you want at least be able to have protection if you are? You know? Yeah. Yeah, my next thing is gonna be, like I said, bear spray, a gun, and then I don't even think I'll need this. Well, I don't know. I would like both. Yeah, to have. Well, pepper spray is fine, I guess. Bear spray is if I go camping, maybe. But even a gun, like if you go camping, you know what I'm saying? Because a gun would be to keep you protected against animals too. So no, stop that with that. I'll have to get you freaking. That is the worst thing you could do. You will attract the moms and they'll get you. Oh, pepper gel? How does that work? Huh? Pepper gel. Yeah, they're cute, Peyton, but they're not. You can't go up to them in the wild. So I'm saying, I know you're just teasing me, but like that is you can't go up to any babies and a wild babies. That's like a surefire way to get attacked. Yeah, but Juliet, the thing is if you if you got a baby bear, then mom is watching. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter if it's just attracting the baby bears. The mom is always watching and protecting. And you will that is like what the big thing, like do not go by any babies of like wildlife. Holy crap. That's not good. Like silly string, Darcy. What? Like silly string? I'm pretty much a recluse, so I don't worry much about self-defense. If they come in my house, I'm done. Lungs won't let me run. Aw, really? Yeah, if you could find one like that, then yeah, you're good to go. That would be perfect. I guess get one that attracts them and then get the bear spray to get rid of it. But I think the mom will fight to her death. I mean, she will be on like superpower of protecting her baby. You know how that is. Um but yeah, Lafayette, I don't know what pepper gel is. Did you ever respond? Hold on, let me see if you responded. Does it shoot out? It is more accurate and really sticks to the attacker. It's a spray. Okay. Well, dang, I'm gonna have to look that up. I didn't even know they had a different kind. That's crazy. I know. That's what I'm trying to tell her. Like, you do not want to go anywhere near a baby one. Like, not even anywhere close. Like, if the mom even sees you looking at it from afar, like, be careful. And their mom got stung right on the lip. Oh. Now every bug that comes near me. Oh, yeah. Gatling. On the streets. Wow. I don't know, though. I still, whew. Does the pepper gels take long distance? Like, I don't know. Wolfpack. See if Lafayette knows. There's a really big kissed canister. Pick daisies between a grizzly and her cub. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, Crash Landing, do you still have your Batman account, or is that your Batman account a change to that? What else is here? AVG, what's up? Ghost of Candace, what's up? Modest Man, I don't think I said hi to you yet. Yes, I am going to. I'm definitely. Dude, I've been talking. I don't know. This is probably not even to me, but I've been talking about that for like years now. How I just need to do it. Me and my dad were talking about it, and then COVID hit, and but yeah, I definitely want to. I'm trying to decide. Like, I've never even shot a gun before though, so I want to. I don't know if I want to like go to a shooting range and like shoot a couple to learn like what kind I even want. Because I have no idea. I have no idea, but it's on my list of to-dos for sure. No police, okay. Ashley Leith is here? I'm seeing people say hi to other people that I don't see in here. I don't see Ashley Leith. Has she changed her name too? Dang, what did she change her name to? Does anybody know? Somebody just said hi to her, but I don't. Oh, Glam, hey. I'm out of the loop here. Peyton, did Ashley change her name? Somebody said hi to her up there though, Juliet, and so that's what happened with the Batman. So I figured, wait, maybe she changed her name too. Who knows? But if you're here, Ashley, I don't know which one you are, but hi. Ashley changed her name to. Mama mia, that's funny. Oh wow. Wait, where do you live, Modest Man? Yeah, I started really wanting to get a gun when I was in Colorado because I'd camp a lot and it was for like bears and just to feel safe, of course, for bad people too. But I just wanted it for protection even when I went camping and stuff. And then I just never I got into that whole stuff that went on in Colorado. I never got a chance. So I'm definitely gonna do that. So Ashley's not here. Okay. Well, that's somebody maybe somebody saw it and thought they saw her and said hi. Anyway, okay. Well, Red Fox. Ooh. Ashley Leith, Lay, Mamma Mia. But the thing is, somebody did say hi to her up there, and I don't think they were joking on that. But I don't even know who that was. Who was the one that said hi to her? Like seriously, up there. Just curiosity, like just curious if you just thought maybe she was in here and why. Okay, so let's see here. I'm gonna try to fast forward this. I know I keep saying it, but
That's correct.
I don't know how.
Birds by
Oh, here's another. Oh, here's the baby bird. Oh gosh, let's look at that. So trigger warning, guys. Here. Well, I have it down below, like viewer discretion, because when the doctor comes on. I mean, there's some pretty I feel like somewhat disturbing things that could be for some people coming up.
do schools have in Michigan?
Yeah, look at that.
Okay, if you could read that passage, please.
I killed 8 infant baby birds by slowly torturing them until death.
Oh my god, oh my god.
If I would have never thought of the brilliant idea of shooting up the school, then I probably would have become a serial killer. And I don't know which one's worse, LOL.
That's page 11. I want to direct you now to page 6. This theme of the birds continues. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Last time I had my mental breakdown, my parents were out of town. I murdered an entire family of 5 newborn baby birds. I drowned them and burned them alive while we all screamed. I cut one in half and stuck the head of its brother in its stomach. I have completely lost my shit. My grades are falling. My parents hate each other. We have no money. I have zero help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
He talks about, in that journal, torturing and killing baby birds. Was evidence uncovered that he actually did that?
Yes, there was 2 videos found on his phone of where he was torturing baby birds.
And then was there also a discussion in that same text message conversation about that?
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to a text message from April the 17th, 2021. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
I want to take the axe and chip a baby bird, chip a bird in half.
Okay. April the 25th, 2021. What did you write?
Shoot it, torture it, dissect it. I want to chop it in half with an axe.
And that leads to a discussion with that other individual about catching and killing a fish?
Yes.
What did the defendant write then?
I want to kill it while it's alive so it can feel the pain.
Now, May the 1st, 2021. What did the defendant write?
Also, there is a baby bird's nest right next to my house with 5 baby birds in it. I can also reach them. 3 double emojis. Tomorrow I'm making my move. I will get video and pics. I can't wait till tomorrow. There is 5 and they are going to die anyways. I want to take something heavy and break its beak. I can't wait, dude. I'm so fucked up. I'm going to break its beak, then chop its head off. I'm going to take so many vids and pics.
The next day, May the 2nd, 2021, this conversation continue?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I want to hear it scream. The first bid, though, I want to torture it. And it's so young, too. Like it's just born and already going to be killed. It's like 2 days old. I'm going to snap the beak off and then chop its head off. Then take out its heart. Then chop it into pieces. And also take out the brain. Then smash it into little bits. I'm so fucked up I like it. Jeffrey Dahmer got the good idea. Only thing he did wrong was get caught.
Also on May the 2nd, 2021 at 4:33 in the afternoon, what did the defendant write?
I want to kill another bird so badly. Or baby bird. I can reach into the nest. They're not safe.
The next day, May the 3rd, 2021, what did the defendant text?
During third hour, all I thought about was ways to torture the bird. I'm going to film this like a documentary. My dad is pulling out of the driveway right now. I'm going to wait a couple minutes, though, just in case he comes back.
Okay. You said there were 2 videos uncovered in the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And then the defendant texted about what he did afterwards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May the 3rd, 2021. Very graphic, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just finished. The vid is too long, so I can't send, but I can send pics right before I throw it out. Pictures were
And
sent.
then you sent pictures of that individual?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please continue.
I cannot wait to show you the vid. It's so fucking disturbing. And as I don't even remember saying half the stuff. Like I talked to the bird like a little child while torturing it. I can't wait to show you, dude. It was so fucking fun, dude. This is the...
Thing is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thing is, the vid ends halfway through, so you don't see the good stuff. I put a drill in its stomach and skull. I also shot the gun at it a couple times in the stomach and in its head. I also chopped it in half with the axe. I also smashed its head with the hammer at the end of it, and at the end, and its eye bulged out, just like Glenn's.
What's Glenn in reference to?
The TV show The Walking Dead.
Okay, character in that show?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Like the eyelids came apart and I could see the bird's eye. There are still 3 birds left. I was originally going to try and stick a toothpick up its ass, but I couldn't find any. God, I can't wait to show you the vid. It's 8 minutes long. Like I couldn't stop laughing my ass off when I rewatched the vid.
Lieutenant, you've reviewed the evidence on the defendant's phone. You've reviewed these 2 videos he references.
Yes.
For the record, Judge, for the court's in-camera review, pursuant to the court's order, those are exhibits 37 to 38.
So yeah, very disturbing. Real quick question now. I said something earlier and I just tried to look it up. Is that his biological mother? Isn't she his stepmother? I'm trying to figure this out. Why? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of a different case, but why am I thinking that that's his stepmom and it's not his biological mom? I'm just curious if why I'm thinking that. Is it? I can't find anything now on it, unless if I'm thinking of a different case. I don't know. Let me know. I think she basically raised him at least, for the big chunk, but why am I thinking that it's only his son? I could be wrong though. I could be thinking of a different case. She is? Okay. I guess I'm thinking of a different case where it was his son and his stepmom. Is there another case that it was like a minor that it wasn't actually her son? It's really bothering me because I don't know which one I'm trying to think of. Oh, okay. The father had his son and was previously married. Okay. So maybe I'm thinking, I don't know though. I must be just thinking of another case because I don't think that would be what I was thinking. Okay, I'm going to try to fast forward this. Ooh, so yeah, you guys, if you guys don't want to see, it's going to show a little bird. So, no, I know he's the biological dad. I was thinking, whatever I'm thinking of, it's the mother that's not the real mom. So I might be thinking of another case with a minor that that did something that killed. I don't know if it was another shooting or something where it was the biological dad and the mother wasn't the biological mother. Like I said, I might be thinking of another one then. Yes, you're right. Wait, Juliet, what are you saying nope to? I'm not sure what you're saying nope to.
Thank you, so noted.
I'm not going to show you any images from the torturing, but I'm going to show one still shot of what the bird looked like prior to the defendant committing these acts. Now, so we understand what we're going to see. This isn't a full-grown bird, am I right?
That's correct.
Tell me how old it. Obviously, you're not a scientist. You didn't study birds, but can you give us an idea of the age of the bird that the defendant tortured?
Yes, I mean you'll see it's pretty apparent it's a hatchling or recently born baby bird.
Okay, and for the record, this picture is before he began the torturing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Exhibit 36, and it's still shot from the video that the defendant took, and this is right before he began what he described?
Yes.
No, again, we're not going to play the video, but we need you to tell us what's in it. Can you please tell us what you saw?
The video has the defendant in a shed, and he takes the bird with a pair of kitchen tongs, removes the bird and puts it on a workbench, and then like he referenced in his message, talks to it like a little child, calls it "Hey, little buddy," and things of that nature.
With that sort of inflection in his voice?
Yes. He uses initially he grabs a small butane lighter, torch lighter, and lights it on or burns it twice to watch it squirm, and you can hear the bird squeal, the baby bird squeal and chirp. He then takes a knife and tries to saw off one of the legs. He breaks the leg, but he doesn't saw all the way through it. He then grabs a flathead screwdriver and tries to take off one of the wings with it. He jams it in and tries to wiggle the screwdriver so the wing comes off. Periodically, he would pick the bird up and place it in the water, replace it in the water to see if it would drown or move or what it would do. The bird would lay motionless for a while, and once it would start moving again, he would move on to the next area of torture. One of the last things he did was take a drywall screw, about a 3-inch drywall screw, and impaled it. Obviously the little bird has a big belly, and he states he wanted to see what was on the inside of it, so he impales it.
Dang it.
Continues to hammer until it's all the way through the bird, picks the bird up with it, twists the screw, flicks the bird off.
This video is about 8 minutes long.
Yes.
Wow.
You can hear the bird audibly chirping for a portion of the video, is that right?
Yes, it appears the bird is alive. Basically the entirety of the video, all 8 minutes.
Dang it.
And the video did cut off about 8 minutes, but then he took a second video,
Yes.
and that was much shorter.
Yes.
What did you do in that?
This video, the head was already separated from the bird, and he took a ratchet and smashed the head and beak.
We talked a little bit about how the bird appeared to be alive. I mean, the defendant was speaking to it at that point, right? In
Yes.
fact, he was saying things like, "You're alive. Let's go, champ. You're still alive. You're doing it, right?"
Yes. How does that wing feel? You know, how does that broken leg feel? He was enjoying it.
Squeezed that bird between his fingers too, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
You've been an officer for a very long time. You ever seen anything like this?
Never. It's obviously the torture is
Crazy.
disturbing enough. The commentary throughout, the inflection, the knowing, you know, the prior passages and the enjoyment this brings the defendant is, you can't put it into words.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'm sorry that you had to watch that. You had to describe that. I want to move to additional text messages with the defendant discussing general torture, killing of animals and people. Can you read what the defendant wrote on May the 3rd, 2021?
Yes. Also, most serial killers get their damage from their family or accidents, but I have no trauma from my past. I was just born this way.
And then May 13th, 2021, the defendant's still talking about the bird, correct?
Yes. This is what I meant the other day of how I need a recharge to kill again. Now tomorrow, I really want a bird, but I want it to be alive when I chop its head off.
It was May 13th, 2021?
Yes.
That was 10 days after he filmed himself torturing the one we just referred to, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the following week, May 21st, what is the defendant text?
God, I want to kill right now. I hit a bird yesterday 2 times, but it flew away.
And this continues even long after that video was taken.
Yes, sir.
June the 30th, 2021, what did the defendant text?
There have been no baby birds to torture in for a long time, and I'm getting that feeling where I need to kill again.
Again, June 30th, 2021 at 12:30 a.m., what did the defendant text?
I like killing the big birds, but I like the killing of the baby birds more. Mostly because they're so young and they had a whole life ahead of them, but then I took it away. That is what I like. And also they are helpless and they scream when you hurt them.
So this is nearly 2 months after the video that depicted him torturing the bird. And
Yes.
this theme talking about the innocence, babies, this continues throughout his phone, continues throughout his journal.
Yes.
I want to direct now to page 6 of the defendant's journal. Can you read us, we're going to go page 6 and then page 3. Can you read us what the defendant wrote? Page
Yes.
6.
Wait, are you guys, well, now it's already over. Maybe I should have just skipped that part. I'm sorry. Laugh a day. I think it's an important part, though, of examining him and, like, seeing the whole picture is to just see that. Like, because I feel like showing, like, that he has no, like, remorse, like, that didn't even affect him. Like, I don't know. I think he is a psychopath. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think he should be let out. I think he has those tendencies to kill, and then him being a psychopath, which I think he is. Like, I don't think he's feeling any empathy. I don't think he's feeling anything doing this stuff. So that mixed with him having these urges to kill, like, I don't think you could treat that. 'Cause I feel like those urges are gonna pop up again in his life, and the fact that he doesn't have I don't think he has that ability to even feel anything or to feel bad. I feel like that just makes a really bad combination. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, not all psychopaths kill, but he already is showing that he has those urges to kill. So that mixed with that together is like horrible. That's dangerous. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, cool, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Yeah, it's not looking like he should get out. The more that I'm like watching this again and like letting it sink in, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I think he would do it again. I really do. What do you guys think? Because I do think he's a psychopath. I think he has that um biological defect, in his brain. So that mixed with him already having these urges, yeah, I don't think there's a treatment for him. I really don't. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe if they would have, let's see. I think this is brought on by his need for attention and probably left alone so much it grew into anger. So Tracy, you think that this is more of attention seeking? Because I'm thinking, I don't know why I'm thinking it's these urges like serial killers have, where it's more an urge to kill rather than attention seeking, more that he has that urge that he likes and wants to kill. You know what I'm saying? And that feeling. But I mean, I could be wrong, but man, so far that's what I'm feeling. But I agree, it could have probably been prevented if they would have saw these signs. But then here's the thing: they saw the signs, they maybe getting him to treatment. Would that just have prolonged him to do this? You know what I'm saying? Let's say they saw the signs, got him into some therapy. He passed the therapy, whatever, went through the therapy, and then I think it still would have happened eventually. Just it would have been like later, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too, Wolf. Like, I think he's a psychopath. I think it is. I think it's biologically they have like an abnormal part of their brain that's missing. So no, I do. I think it's something that he was born with. And then, like I said, not all psychopaths turn into killers. I know that. But the fact that I think that's what's going on here, mixed with him having that urge, you know what I'm saying? Already having that, you're not going to be able to take that away. You know what I'm saying? I think that combination already, I don't think you could treat it. But maybe, yeah, alibi, maybe. But now I don't, I think now that he did that, I mean, I guess there could have possibly been hope for him if they would have caught it earlier and got him help and stuff. But now that he's already experienced that, I feel like if they would let him out, like he would chase that again. I feel like he would do it again. But like I said, I could be wrong. I'd be scared of freaking like being around him. Man, wow. Okay, let's continue here. No, Tracy, no, but I see what you're saying. No, I mean, I agree with that. Like, as far as sometimes, like, I was like kind of on the verge of thinking that, but watching this part again, and then some of these parts I didn't watch fully yet because I wanted to watch it with you guys. So I want to see how I feel after watching it all together like this. But um, I was kind of like in the middle, and then now, like, just watching this part fully, I'm kind of like leaning towards no, I think it's more than attention. I think it's more than attention. I think he's actually legit has that urge to see, like, he likes causing that kind of suffering and watching it. I'm leaning more towards that, man. Okay. Yeah, I think it would just prolong it, Wolfpack. I agree. I think it would have just prolonged it. It would eventually he would have done it. It would have just pushed it farther into the future. So I think eventually that was going to happen, unless if they would have locked him up, but they wouldn't have. If they would have caught the signs and put him through therapy, I don't think they would have went to jail. They would just put him through therapy, and then he would eventually, I think, done it. I really do. All right, I'm going to continue this.
Fucking N-word bitch. If I kill myself, then people will not care about me and I will be forgotten within half a lifetime. That's why I'm going to cause the biggest school shooting of this decade and the only real one in Michigan.
Now, further on page 6, what did the defendant write?
Not sure if I'm going to kill myself during the shooting, but I also want to react on how the world reacts on my shooting. I'm probably going to live the rest of my life in prison. I hope I can talk to someone, though, so I don't take my anger out on other prisoners.
Okay, now page 3 of the journal.
That's a good question. How long ago was that? I missed that. How long ago it was before the bird and then the shooting? Does anybody know? I love full moons. I can't see it from here, but
I don't care about my grades no more. I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Now, further on that page. Starting with first.
First off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have to access the gun and ammo. I am fully committed to this now, so yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
You wrote, I have access to the gun and ammo. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, if I didn't say that. I have access to the gun and ammo.
Okay. Now, it's apparent from the context of these pages in the journal that we're getting closer in time to November the 30th.
Yeah.
alibi. I'm the same way though. I always want to go there. Like, and I feel like before I had like a lot of life experiences, and then doing this channel, that I always did kind of go there. Like, oh no, they're good in everybody. But then I learned a little bit more about like psychopaths. You know what I'm saying? So there are some instances where that people aren't treatable, you know? But yeah, I'm sure have you worked with any kids where like psychopath kids where you feel like they weren't able to be treated? Or maybe it doesn't like you wouldn't even notice it that early. Depends on what age do you work with. But I feel ya, yeah. I'm pretty much I feel like I don't know, yeah. Very scary. Always 18, not yet. Wait, what do you mean, Tracy? Always 18? Oh, that's somebody's name. Okay, never mind. Not yet. Okay. Huh. Do you think it's because it just didn't show because they were too young, or you just haven't ran across any? But no, there's nothing wrong with being that way. Like I said, most of my life, I was that way. And then like, I feel like I'm trying to be smarter, but like I do go there. So no, I would look at that as a good thing, you know, never give up on anybody. But I guess stay realistically, like, you know what I'm saying? Have a realistic expectations of people. But I feel like there are cases where people can't be treated, unfortunately, but I never would have thought that until I learned more. You know what I'm saying? When I got into psychology, it's like, no, there's good in everybody. I actually was interested in criminal psychology because I felt like there's good in everybody and I'll be able to find it, you know, in everybody, even like serial killers and, you know, criminals and whatever. And then I learned that might not be the case, unfortunately, but I feel like my brain still goes there. You know what I'm saying? It's still like, because it's such like ingrained in who I am that I feel like there is good in everybody. But so no, that's good though. I wouldn't lose that, especially looking or working with kids. That's a good trait to have. Okay, so let me continue. Let me see if I keep wanting to skip and then something else comes up where I'm like, oh, we should look at this. But I really want to get through the doctor stuff, but it's already going on 2.5 hours. Shoot.
Right. Because he obtained the SP 2022 6-hour 9mm, and that's the actual model.
Okay, let me skip through this here. Okay, so we have, this is the loop. What does it say? Pack. I will write. Oh, it's the last passage I will write. It's what? Something. I guess I can't read it, man.
For the 30th in the morning, you learned that the defendant was called down to the office again. Is that right?
Yes.
And you know why?
Yes. A teacher saw concerning.
Oh, it said it's what, complete ecstasy or something 1 day before the shooting. Okay, so here's this.
Morning of November the 30th, a teacher noticed the defendant with this paper in front of him, and she took a picture of that paper and emailed it to administration?
Yes.
Okay. And then the defendant was subsequently removed from class and taken to the counselor's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But by the time he got there, he had changed this drawing. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it appears the teacher took a picture of it, sent it up. He was, prior to being called down to the office, he he modified it.
Oh, he being the defendant?
The defendant, yes.
What's significant to you in this photograph, this picture?
There's a picture of the of a pistol, which is very similar to the murder weapon that we showed earlier. There's an image of a body with bullet holes and bleeding from the head on it, and then there's obviously a bunch of different writings reference his life is useless, the thoughts won't stop, help me.
And then once he was caught,
yes,
he modified it to this. This is Exhibit 40.
Yes.
What do you see here?
He scribbled out the firearm and the drawing of the person who was suffered the bullet wounds. Scratched out some of the sayings that he had written. Wrote on there a video game this is. I love my life so much. OHS rocks. We're all friends here. Harmless act.
Okay. Now, from your review of the surveillance video from November the 30th, 2021, and right now we're talking about before the shooting started, the defendant was called down, was taken from his room, his classroom, to the counselor's office at 9:14 a.m. on November the 30th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And a counselor named Sean Hopkins called Jennifer Crumbley on 9:24 a.m. and left her a voicemail.
Yes.
She returned that phone call at 9:27 a.m. to Mr. Hopkins. Is that right?
Yes.
Both James and Jennifer Crumbley then had a conversation amongst themselves and arrived at the school at 10:37 a.m. and shown to Mr. Hopkins' office where the defendant had been waiting, and that was at 10:40 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
They had a meeting in Mr. Hopkins' office until 10:52 a.m. when the defendant is seen on the surveillance video leaving the office and going back to his class.
Correct.
The defendant's parents left the building at 10:53 a.m. and drove away in the same car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But now, even before the defendant was seen with this math worksheet, even before we sent down the office, he sent one last text message. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I do want to make a note so we're clear. The individual that the defendant was texting, that we've been referencing the text message conversation, that individual did not have access to his phone from at least October the 30th, 2021. So any text message sent to him after that date was not read or received. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So I want you to read what the defendant wrote that other juvenile, November 30th, 2021, 8:21 a.m.
Hey man, times have gotten rough ever since you left. I don't know if you are dead or you moved away, but I hope you're doing well. I'm about to do something really bad and there is no turning back, so I'll probably never be able to see you again. I hope the best for you, and I'm sorry for anything I've ever done.
Okay. And so we know he was removed from class at 9:14 a.m., but he had sent this about an hour before that even happened. Okay.
Yes.
Think about that. If they would have just freaking checked his messages, and if they would have checked his bag, he had his gun, so they could have prevented this. Like, this makes me mad when I hear about this again. So at the meeting, they tell the parents to basically take him home. They don't take him home. Why did the school let him back in class? They should have just made him leave. I just can't even believe that they didn't find the guns. They didn't search him. They didn't. That's crazy. This is the first time I seen this message. I didn't realize he sent a message to somebody like this. But I mean, before the meeting. Dang.
And in the entire text message conversation that we identified as Exhibit 18, the defendant never tells that other juvenile his plan to shoot up the school. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What time? The shooting started at 12:51 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, in a minute, I'm going to play the surveillance footage. I'll ask the court to instruct the media not to broadcast any images on this, and I also want to let the victim's family know that in a minute we're going to play that footage. So if anybody would like to step out.
Thank you. At this time, this would be the appropriate time to step out if you do not wish to view this video, as well as to those of the media. Please do not broadcast this or photograph.
Okay, so I think they just, yeah, they would have. Oh yeah, so now it goes to another part. Okay, so this part actually, I want to play a little bit of lead up into. So after I made this this video, I edited this video. I didn't get the beginning of him talking, which I want to because I think it's kind of important. And then the recording. After that is the recording that Ethan makes the day before, the audio recording, which is crazy. But hold on one second. Let me play this other part real quick. Let's see, 3920. Hold on one second. Here. I have it already. Okay. So this guy is one of the detectives that I'm going to play now on the stand.
With that information, tell us what you did in an attempt to find the perpetrator.
We, at the point where it started, when the shooting started, we saw what the person was wearing. And then me and Jim just started backtracking. We were trying to find out what time he went into the bathroom. And I think we spent, it was 20 minutes trying to find him going in the bathroom. And we could never find a black coat, black knit cap going into the bathroom.
And did you find out why?
Yeah, we knew who the shooter was. Someone told us his name. And so we knew there was a time when he would have been on camera because he was leaving the school counseling office. So after realizing he was in the counseling office, we went all the way back to that time and just waited for him to come out of the school counseling office to see what he was wearing.
So you're the individual responsible for putting together the shooting surveillance footage, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So could you put a number on how much time you've spent working with the surveillance footage itself?
Oh my Lord, I can't put hours on it, but I can tell you the only phrase the video lives in my head.
So you have a great knowledge of what you've seen on there. You were there on scene that day too, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually walk through the school, follow the path of the shooter at some point?
Yeah, the second day, I had to go back up there because at first you didn't get enough video. We need to know this, you know. And there was something that I think the undersheriff at the time wanted me to figure out from the video. So I go back up there, and I remember I asked Jim if we could go to where the shooting started, and because I want my eyes to see what the cameras are seeing, to really just like put myself in that moment, in that time, in that space, to better understand everything.
So if I could think of an analogy, it'd be sort of like an officer with a in-car recording system on the patrol car. You capture some of what that officer sees, but you don't catch the peripheral. Would that be the analogy there?
Exactly it, yeah.
So with this knowledge that you have, tell me what you see when you that day, November the 30th, you're looking through the surveillance video, you're putting together when it started, where he came out of, and this is, victims are still being treated at this point, right?
Yeah, it was, I remember it was shortly after 1 p.m. I got there, and I left. It was well after dark. So I don't know what time that was, how long I was there for.
So tell us what you saw. Put that together.
When we were reviewing the video at first, pulling the video.
Sure.
I remember at first I didn't know all the people that were involved in it, all the victims. But you see the shooter come out of the bathroom, and I've watched the video so many times. He had a sense about him, like, I don't know, I call it like the proud chest. Like he walked out of there like his head was held high, like he was in charge. And I remember his finger was outside the trigger guard.
Why is that significant?
Oh, it's gun safety 101. You don't put your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to pull the trigger. Okay. And he steps out, and he immediately, there's Phoebe and her boyfriend Elijah, and he immediately levels the gun at them and then shoots them. And you see Elijah's hair from the blast of the bullet, like his hair he's got real curly hair, and his hair just poofs up. He then turns the gun to, there's Hannah and Kylie and Riley on the right side of the hallway. And he immediately turns the gun at them and fires some rounds in their direction. Then directly in front of him was John Asciutto. And I learned all these names after. And he shoots at John. And then as John runs further down the hallway, the shooter stops and he shoots again at Hannah. And at this point, she completely falls over. And then he runs down the hallway. I don't know how to describe it, but he sprints down the hallway, and he puts the gun to, he puts the gun to Madison Baldwin's head. And you see, as he turns to walk away, her body just slumps to the ground. He rounds the corner by door 7, where some deputies had come in after. The sun on coming through the window, the doors was so bright, you don't see him at first. And then he starts coming into focus a little bit more, and with sun dies down or whatever. And there were 2 girls, I don't know their names, but the one girl reaches, she was a smaller girl, a shorter girl, and she goes towards the classroom, and she tries pulling the door open. And I would imagine at this time they had engaged the locks on the doors to prevent anybody from coming in. And the other girl, she had a backpack on, and she easily could have just ran past that other girl. But she slowed herself down and grabbed that girl. And I would saved her life, I would say, and pulled her with her. As they're running away, you see the shooter level his gun and fire off a few rounds. In the upper corner of the video, you see like appears to be drywall or insulation. It continues on down the hallway, down the 200 hallway. gets to the area right about a little bit further where a little bit more to the right. Yep. Gets about that area. Just then, on another camera in the area that they refer to as a cubby, Jim Rourke referred to as the cubby. You see two students, one of them being Tate Mirror, and you see the shooter level the gun and fires around, and just as Tate rounds the corner, he just, unbeknownst to he didn't know what was going on, he turns the corner and he just immediately falls to the ground. The shooter then continues walking, and then before he gets to where Tate is, he stops again and levels a gun just to shoot Tate one more time. And he leveled the gun, and you see Tate's body flinch after he pulled the trigger. He walks past, so Tate's laying in the doorway to go past and further into the 200 hallway to the right of the picture. And he walks past Tate without a care, didn't look at him or nothing. And as he's walking further down the hallway, he sees towards the top of the frame, you see him stop, and he turns to his left and fires a couple rounds into an office, I believe it was. And then just continues down the hallway, gets almost all the way to the end, and he had passed a classroom. And the way the classroom is probably, right about there. The way the classroom is, the door is to the far right of the classroom, and there's a small window next to that door. So as he would have been walking to his right, or to our right, I'm sorry, he wouldn't have seen probably students hiding back in the corner of the classroom. And he turns around because he just walks right past as he looks into that area. And after he turns around, he comes back, and he must have seen students hiding in the back corner, and he just fired more rounds into the classroom. And then he keeps on walking. At this time, the assistant principal, Gibson Marshall, had seen what was happening, and she was coming up another hallway, and she's standing at the corner right where Tate was laying. And I remember her trying to get his attention. She just used her foot and lightly tapped him, sort of, are you okay? I don't know what she would have said to him. And Tate didn't move. And the shooter had come back towards the cubby. And as he approaches where Tate is now laying, and the assistant principal is standing there, she wasn't armed. She didn't have anything in her hand. She had a walkie-talkie. That's all she had. And you see the shooter walk past her, and almost in a sense of, shame, maybe, I don't know, but he turns his head away from where she is, turns and looks away from her. Then he continues back towards the left of the screen to right about there, and then there's a bathroom, and that's where Justin was shot. But there was no indication, unknown why he would have, but he just made a hard right into that bathroom.
And then somebody fled the bathroom after Justin was killed? Yeah. Keegan just came absolutely tearing out of that bathroom. I remember watching. He was running so fast. The cameras that recorded him, all it was on the camera was a blur. He was moving so fast. I'm so sorry, but I have to ask you about Madison again. When he got to her, she was already on the ground in a crouched position. Is that right?
She was on like if she was on her feet and her butt was on the ground, and she was like in a fetal position, leaning up against like trying to hide the best she could.
That was before she was shot. Then he walked up to her and executed her.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Detective, thank you. You have a perspective that nobody else has. So I'm sorry for that, but thank you. I want to talk to you now a little bit about your regular job as a computer crimes examiner. prosecutor, forensics examiner. You've had the opportunity to review the entire extraction report, all the data extracted from the defendant's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, we did a lot of this with Lieutenant Willis. I'm just going to ask you about a few things. It's already admitted into evidence, but Exhibit 55, you had the chance to look through. Internet searches, all right?
Yes.
Tell me, please, item 1, November 30th, 2021, 8:34 a.m. What did the defendant search on his phone?
You search, what is the biggest high school in Michigan?
And this is November 30th, the day of the shooting, 8:30 in the morning.
The day of the shooting, yes.
Okay. Item 3, what did the defendant search? 8:11 in the morning.
Also on the day of the shooting, it's the biggest high school shooting.
8:11 and 18 seconds on the day of the shooting. What did the defendant search on his phone?
A search for a school shooting.
The night before the shooting, November 29th, 2021, 9 p.m. What did the defendant search?
What school shooting happened in 2021?
Everything in quotations. Those are the words he typed out. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Item 12, again, the night before the shooting, 8:49 p.m. What did he search?
What are signs to look out for a school shooter?
What about item 32, 2 days before the shooting?
Recent mass school shootings.
Item 37, this is 1 week before the shooting. What did he search?
Why was a Parkland High School shooting so popular?
Item 60, we have a name redacted. It's the name of a different school shooter from a different state. November 18th, 2021. What did he search?
What gun did someone use in STEM school shooting?
This is a week and a half before the shooting.
November 18th, yes.
Item 75. What did he search?
Again, on November 18th, he searched Colorado school shooting.
Item 79 on November the 12th, 2021. What did he search?
Which school shooter listened to Come and Get You?
November, and that's 18 days.
18 days, yes.
November the 9th, 2021. Item 136. What did he search?
Have there been any school shootings in Michigan?
November the 9th, 2021. Item 151. What did he search?
He searches Florida school shooting.
What about November the 8th, 2021? Item 152.
He searched how old was,
That's the name of a different school shooter.
yes, when he shot the school.
What about item 156, November the 7th, 2021?
He searched Douglas High School shooting.
And this is weeks before the shooting.
This is 23 days.
Item 160, what did he search?
Again, on November 7th, how many school shootings in Michigan?
The last 3. Item 164 from November the 6th, 2021. What did he write?
What was the most deadly school shooting?
Item 172.
Sandy Hook school shooting movie.
Item 173.
Who was the youngest school shooter?
Those are all from November the 6th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
On your forensic examination of the defendant's cell phone, you also reviewed website history. You can see when you look through somebody's phone, you can see what websites they visit. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And we're not going to name this particular website, but did you uncover evidence the defendant visited one website in particular that depicts extremely graphic real-life videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware of the incident in the Oakland County Jail with the courtroom tally?
Yes, sir.
Did you find evidence that he had visited that website before the school shooting, the same website that he visited while he was locked up in Oakland County Jail?
Yes, there was.
Can you give us a number on how many times he visited that website just in the month before the shooting?
But believe it was in the 20s.
Well, if I said 421 times.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you meant when he was in the jail.
No, that's all right.
I'm sorry.
Talking
Yes.
about on his phone before he was.
Yes, there was many. Yes.
Well, Detective, you have also reviewed recordings on the defendant's phone.
Yes, sir.
And did you uncover 2 recordings in particular that the defendant made of himself the night before the shooting?
Yes, sir.
When play Exhibits 56 and 57. Exhibit 56 is a longer recording. We have to unplug and replug that. Not an issue. Detective, it's actually video, but it's audio, and the video is just the defendant. He's pointing the camera or the phone at his feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, you see the tops of his feet.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm just going to play the audio for you, okay? And after, just confirm that that's what you found. November 29th, 2021.
My name is Ethan Crumbley, aged 15, and I'm going to be the next.
Okay, I'm going to play it from my recording because I have the audio a little bit higher. The audio that was prior, that wasn't too loud, right? All right, so I'm going to play it 1 second.
We're going to play that footage, so if anybody like, just take me a moment to.
My name is Ethan Crumbley, aged 15, and I'm going to be the next school shooter. I thought about this a lot. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, it's constantly in my head. Every conversation I have with someone, no matter what, I'm thinking about it and I can't get it out. It's currently November 29th, 2021, 10:05 p.m. The school I'm shooting up is Oxford High School. I'm in 10th grade there. I've always been fascinated by guns when I was a kid. I always wanted to join the forces and SWAT when I was in 3rd grade. Navy SEALs when I was in 4th. Marines, 5th or 7th. Army, Rangers. And I've never thought of a career. I've never had motivation. lying to myself that there was something out there for me. There was something that was going to make me happy, that was going to provide me a happy, loving, caring life. But that's bullshit. It's all a lie. I realize that. Well, in 9th grade, I never thought of this. I thought I was going to make it through school and go into the army, but I realized, what's the fucking point? Millions have done it. Thousands have regretted it. Thousands have killed themselves because of it. Many come back and not happy, not satisfied. And I'm thinking, it's the only thing I want to go into, but how will it make me happy? How will I love doing that? How will I love? How will I... And then I realized that that's not going to work out. So I was thinking, what am I going to do? And I realized all the bullshit that was right in front of me, and I never realized it. I was always the kid who said, work hard in school and you'll get a career in life. But the career is bullshit. And it was right in front of my fucking eyes the whole time. I couldn't see it. The school system is... Their main goal is to put youth just born into this world to learn. And they actually learn fucking good. They learn K for 5. They learn useful stuff. Stuff about the world that teaches them not how the world is, but how it should be, and how they want it to be. The teachers brainwash them into what they think is right, and their minds are so underdeveloped that the adults just take advantage of it. And they say that's too good for humanity. Then when you get into middle school, that's even more useless. It's just an excuse to wait till the kids grow up. They're wasting years of their life learning knowledge they're most likely never going to do unless they become a Nobel Prize scientist or mathematician or the fucking founder of a multi-million-dollar environment club. And they're brainwashing. They're teaching a working class into this world. There's no teaching of working class centuries ago. They're either born into it or they weren't. You were born into a working class, you were forced to work. You weren't born, you helped develop the world. You created technology, you created advances in civilization. There was only two indifferences, and the working class rose up and made everyone a working class. And now, no matter what, you just have to work. To do what? You spent 15 years of your life just hard studying and trying your hardest to achieve the best out of anyone in any school. And then you get accepted into college. And you could be rich, so you don't have to worry about it, or it could put you into thousands of debt. Then you get a useless job that other people have gotten, and you think that it is doing something for this planet. You think that all those years of working and you get a job is doing something for the good of humanity. fucking not. It's useless. The education system, the government, is just brainwashing people to be a working class. They're all brainwashing them just to fucking work and keep society how it is, but people want to go a different direction. They don't want to work, but see, that's why I don't fucking understand it. I'm not dumb enough to fully understand their capabilities. I'm not as dumb as them, so I can't understand, but they want to revolt and become a new class education system that just weakens everything. They want to fucking keep the innocence of everyone. They want to make sure that monsters aren't a thing. They're offended of a horror movie. They want to take away what this world is. In this world, it's not heaven. There is no heaven. There is no God. There is no Satan. There is no hell. But the world is hell in its own way. People don't think of it. You think as hell is the bottom, earth is the middle, and heaven is the top. But in reality, the earth is just hell. It's always been that, and people want to just forget it. They want to just take away what already is. And it's stupid. I'm taking action. People go and protest, fucking take away guns, or make what I'm doing. I believe I am one of the first people to do this. I'm not only shooting up the school because I'm mentally depressed or mentally ill and have anxiety that struggles me every day, but I'm doing it to teach a word and all the simplicities. I don't fucking know how to say that. All the fucking dunces out there, that brains are too, their skulls are too fucking dull to understand everything. Unfortunately, the people I kill are the people that are killed. You know, I'm sorry that their families have to go through this, but it's for the right of humanity. And the course we're going, we're fucked. In 50 years, we're fucked. Nothing's going to happen. Democrats and the Republicans are just going to fight, and people are keep going to taking sides, and some people are going to stick out and say they're the big bears who don't think of it, but really they're the main problems. And it's just leading to a collapse. The world worked so hard for thousands and thousands of years. And the war happened. Peace was a thing. People understood everything. People understood the logistics of human civilization. The time from 1920 to 1980 was the golden ages of humanity. In some countries, may not have been that way. But for the big ones, it was the golden age. Everyone understood the world but knew how to keep it in order. They knew the differences because war and peace. They knew that they can cooperate and live together. But now people are just taking that away. And what I'm doing is an act to show that people are taking it away, and I'm trying to preserve it. To show that no one is safe, no matter how hard they work. They're Protests aren't going to do anything. They're just words, they're not actions. No one would care if I go up to the school and shout a sign, "Aren't you innocent? Bring back the equality between violence and peace." They would think I'm fucking delusional. But to take action is what you have to do. Action is the only thing out of humanity that has made us this far, has brought us this far in a civilization. And society is collapsed. Civilization is no more. People don't see it, but we're on the brink of downfall. Like, not just a break, but the beginning of the end, basically. Everyone is born, works hard, and thinks that everything's going to be the same for hundreds of years. The technology will advance and that's it. But that's not how it happens. When the bell rings to end fifth hour, tomorrow, October 30th, November 30th, 2021, I'm going to walk to the dividend between the boys and the girls' bathroom. I will have my black jacket on, and I will walk behind someone, and I will shoot a bullet in their skull. And that's my first victim. I'm going to open fire on everyone in that hallway. The hallways are too jam-packed. I will try and hit as many people as I can. I will reload, and I will find people hiding. I'm going to teach them a lesson of how they're wrong, how they're being brainwashed. I understand that I'm going to prison for this. Michigan doesn't have a death penalty. I don't want to die. As funny as it may seem, I'm going to kill other people. I do not want to die. I realize how valuable life is. And I realize I broke the code of what's happening. I broke the code. I realize what is actually happening. And these people, they don't have the capabilities of understanding it. I'm so going to teach the entire nation and the world of what's happening and how we're on the brink of downfall. I'm going to be using the 6R SP2022. I brought it at Acme Firearms, Oxford, Michigan on Friday. It is a 9mm pistol. It takes 15 plus 1 ammo capacity. I have 3 magazines for it. I've worn my mask for too long. I can't take it anymore. I've broke. I've fought it for years and for years, lying to myself over and over again. But it's taught me the truth. There's no voices in my head. The voices are me. I am the voices. I am arguing with myself back and forth. I have 3 constant voices, and then there's me physically. And And I'm doing whatever those three voices tell me to do, and one of them is always coming up on top. And that's the one that's taken over. That's what people call the demons. There are no demons. I am the demon. You are the demon. In turn, there is a demon in everyone that is the voice. The demon will take over. There's nothing I can do about it. My life is already on a downfall. If I don't do this, nothing will happen. The world will collapse. I will be in misery. I'll probably just end up in a useless career in the army and killing myself. What use is that? I have the chance to teach the world to become a better place. And I have to take that chance. I've missed many opportunities in my life, and I'm not missing this one. I'm going to try and flee the school for as long as I can until I get caught. Just the thought of there's so many people who think they're going to live a life, going to go to college, have a great career, get a family, grow old, die happily. But they don't know that in less than a day, we're going to die, and their lives are going to be changed forever. I understand my consequences. I understand that people put me in prison for this. I've already said goodbye to everything. I went through all the phases. I'm surprised I even do it today. I'm sorry for manipulating you, Mom and Dad. You have trust in me. I made sure you had trust in me, and I just disowned you. But you should know it's for a cause. And I am ruining my life and not yours. Help me.
Detective, there's a much shorter video that the defendant filmed right after that. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Exhibit 57, November 29th, 2021.
Fuck that previous video I took. That was bullshit, what I said. I'm gonna have so much fun tomorrow. I have a goal. And it's to kill everyone.
I have no additional questions for this witness. Could counsel approach?
Yes.
Regarding this time?
Yes.
Doctor, what is your highest qualification for education?
I have a PhD in counseling psychology
And where did you obtain your degree?
from Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan.
What licenses do you hold?
I am a fully licensed psychologist, and I'm also licensed as a professional counselor, so I'm dually licensed.
What certifications do you have?
So I'm certified as a board forensic counselor, a board certified sentence mitigation specialist, a certified advanced addiction specialist.
So as a brief overview, what is it that you looked at in regards to this case to form an opinion?
Sure. So I looked at Ethan's early life. I looked at the parental influences and activities. I looked at the Oxford school system, testing results, events leading up to the shooting, day of shooting and a review of mental illness.
All right, so let's start again. Early childhood experiences. What did you come across when examining all of the evidence and discussing the matter with Mr. Crumbley?
Certainly, in my review of the records, I saw that as early as age 10, matter of fact, even going back to age 6, there were some issues. I interviewed a neighbor, and looking at the records, which were corroborated, is that he was left unattended as early as age 6. He would go across to the neighbor's house, especially when there was like a thunder shower, and reported that he was afraid and would ask for help. And they would ask him where were his parents, and his response was, "I don't know." In the records, at age 10, there's text messages between Ethan and his mom saying to her, "When are you going to come home?" And there were no responses. In my interview with Ethan, he explained that he spent countless hours watching various adult games. Some of them are in my report, and Assassin's Creed, Grand Theft Auto, and he also spent an inordinate amount of time going to different websites and indulging in various graphic scenes, and indicated after a while he began to fantasize about being a part of those scenes. So he sort of lost track of reality.
You also have listed trauma. What is trauma?
Trauma is sort of an insult to the person, an insult to the brain. So it could be as a result of parental discord. It could be as a result of high levels of anxiety or high levels of depression. Anything that insults the person's brain can be classified as trauma.
What about constant stress from parents fighting?
Yes, parental dysfunction, constant and intense dysfunction, can induce trauma. In my interview with Ethan and in a review of the records also, there's frequent references to either parent threatening to commit suicide. And on some occasions, Ethan has had to be the one intervening at such a young age.
What about the loss of a grandparent or the loss of an animal, especially in a violent death?
Absolutely. Ethan disclosed that one of his sort of soulmate was a large dog that he had cherished, and it died at home, and he was the one tasked with having to remove it and take it back to the shed and figure out how to dispose of it.
And you saw the Google searches where he actually is looking how to dispose of a dog that has passed away. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
What about the loss of a best friend?
The loss of a best friend, and perhaps your only friend, could be a pretty traumatic experience, as in the case of Ethan. And as seen in the record, he spent hours and hours communicating with his best friend and pouring out his heart and disclosing what was happening to him.
Were you also told what his mother told him when that friend went away to a rehab?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
She told him that he will probably never see his friend again.
All right, let's move on. Dr. Keating, when he testified last week, touched on ACEs. Can you explain what that is to the court?
Yes, so I think in 1995 and 97, my year could be off, the CDC and Kaiser commissioned a study where they looked at 17,000 people And they have established what is called ACEs, or Adverse Childhood Experiences. And what the researchers saw was that between the ages of 0 to 18, children exposed to abuse, physical or emotional, mental, parental dysfunction, or incarceration, the more ACEs someone has, the more likely they are to have mental health issues. In fact, what the researchers discovered is that with 6 or more ACEs, the probability of that person dying 20 years earlier than their peer is greatly improved.
Okay. And were you able to find a number of these factors when you interviewed Ethan as well as reviewed the records?
Yes, ma'am.
In a number of our conversations, you had discussed a feral child. What is a feral child?
So, a feral child, and I would love to read the definition if I can.
If you can give us the definition, that would be fine.
Certainly. It's essentially a child who has been abandoned. Initially, this phenomenon was known as someone who is abandoned physically. But then there is an emotional and a psychological construct to it. So what the researchers saw is that someone who is abandoned has what is called arrested development. Hence, they lack social skills, they lack social awareness, they lack social cues, and essentially become misfits in society.
And why do you feel that this is relevant in your review of this case?
So when I interviewed Ethan and just looked at his profile, at his high level of isolation, lack of parental support, lack of guidance, lack of resources, so psychologically and socially, he can be considered a feral child.
You also had the opportunity to review some text messages between Ethan's parents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Your Honor, just for your notes, it is Exhibit F.
Thank you.
I apologize, Exhibit G. And in those text messages, were you able to see where they were discussing situations that Ethan was going through as early as March or even October of 2020?
Yes.
And what did those text messages show you?
So, very clear indication that his parents were not in tune to what was going on with him. In this string of text messages, he actually woke up in their room one day, and the mom and dad they were exchanging text messages. And they were sort of joking that Ethan was asking, what am I doing in you guys' role? And one of the text messages stated that he seemed to be under the influence of substances. And one parent asked the other, did you give him one of your Xanax? And she said, no, melatonin.
Okay. So do those text messages show that Ethan was experiencing things that his parents at least were observing at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's move to part 2, which is the parental influences and activities. I know that we touched on things that Ethan reported, the threats of suicide made in front of Ethan. What else did you find that was interesting under this section?
So under this section, Ethan witnessed just a litany of verbal abuse, frequent taunts, and I guess the part that sort of stood out for me was when he told his parents that he was hearing voices and he needed to see a therapist. I don't know what 15-year-old raises his hand and says, my brain hurts, I need to see a therapist. and it never happened.
What did you find out about the purchase of the gun and then going to the shooting range?
So there seemed to have been discord between his parents. I think his dad bought the gun out of spite, and then his mom took him to the shooting range out of spite because they were arguing. So there was constant just discord and family dysfunction.
And in your interview with Ethan, did he report that he was ever taken to any sort of doctor to deal with this?
In my review of the record, there was no indication that he was ever taken to a doctor.
In your interviews and your discussion with him about the constant situations that were going on, was there constant arguments about divorce and which parent that Ethan would choose?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit?
So, yes, there was frequent, harsh discussions about infidelity, suicide, and which parent Ethan needed to choose to live with when they separate, or the event that they separated.
Okay. Were you able to look at the text messages between Ethan and his friend over the months leading up to November?
I did.
All right. And what's the significance that you found with those text messages?
So, in reviewing those text messages, let me just say, Ethan had no idea that these text messages were going to be made public, and so he was having private conversations with his friend. And in one of his text messages, which is on their screen, he says that my mom thinks I'm taking drugs, but she doesn't worry about my mental health. In another of the text messages on the screen, he said, I have an effing breakdown in the shower. And in the text messages also, he said, from what my mom said last night, I went outside in my shorts, and I have no recollection of that event. And in another text message on your screen, he said to his friend, I am hallucinating. And he said, I hear like people talking to me. These were actual text messages back and forth between himself and his friend.
Okay. I want to move next to part 3, which is the Oxford school system. Were you able to take a look at the counseling that was available to Ethan at the school, as well as the reports surrounding the school's interaction with Ethan the day prior and the day of the incident?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Were you able to look at Oxford school system and their counseling program, as well as the interaction that the school system had with him the day before, as well as the day of the incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you explain what you found?
So what I found was that in terms of the available resources for intervention, it did not appear to me from my review of the information that he was afforded any type of mental health assistance.
Okay. You want to move to the next one? All right. You also mention in your report implicit bias. What is that?
So implicit bias it's sort of like the unconscious forces. You know, I can use an analogy of a peanut butter jar, which is actually on one of their slides. Mm-hmm. And so a child learns how to use peanut butter from a jar, mm-hmm. because the child is taught by the parent how to do that. They learn how to unscrew and cork and unscrew the peanut butter jar to get peanut from their peanut butter. Mm-hmm. So after a while, they learn it so well that they're able to do it unconsciously. The grooves on that bottle represent the grooves that society grooves us with, so that we have certain perception of things and people. Well, that's how implicit bias works. Let me give you another quick example. I was in court in Detroit and about to step into the elevator, and there was an attorney and other people. I was dressed in suit and tie, and the attorney turned to me and said, "Counsel, come on in." I'm not an attorney, but he made the assumption based on how I was dressed and how I comported myself that I was an attorney. Well, that's how implicit bias works. So it's not necessarily a bad thing nor a good thing. It's a thing, but it can have deadly consequences if it's not used appropriately.
Okay. Now, you also stated that you had a chance to look at the resources that were available to any high school student at Oxford High School. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And is there a rubric or is there a standard that is required for a school to have counselors, to have support staff, or to be able to help the students when they have issues?
Certainly. So the American School Counseling Association, known as ASCA, this is sort of like the monitoring body that makes recommendation in terms of social worker to student ratio. So the recommendation is that there be minimum one social worker to about 250 students. And what that body says is that if you have a ratio of one social worker to 1,000 students, you are not even getting into the classroom.
Okay. Were you able to find the data, and I know that it's contained in your report, regarding Oxford in the year prior and the year of the incident?
Certainly.
Okay. And Your Honor, just because they're numbers, I ask if it's okay that he refer to his notes just to get the numbers correct.
Thank you. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may, sir.
So in the 2019-2020 school year, what was the social worker to student ratio in Oxford?
So it was approximately one social worker to about 1,000 students.
What about 2020 to 2021?
It was one social worker to about 900 students.
And then what about 2021 to 2022?
It was about 1 to about 900 students.
So you went even a step further to look at suspensions and expulsions. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings?
So in my research in the Oxford school system, just in terms of raw data, I saw that whites comprised about 80% of the school district's enrollment, and blacks comprise, I think, about just under 5%, and Hispanics about 12%, which is reflective, I believe, of the society. So there was nothing revealing about that. However, when you begin now to disaggregate the data, because data tells you something, so that when you begin to disaggregate it, you see a pattern which is visible on your screen. So whites, 80% enrollment, and in terms of suspensions, 68% of the students suspended were whites. Blacks, enrollment, 5%. Suspension, 12%. Let's look at expulsions. Again, whites, 80% of the population. Expulsions, 44%. So about half. Blacks, 5% of the population. Expulsions, 22%. Hispanics, I think about 12% of the population. Expulsions, 22%. What this data is telling you is very significant, is that all the students are suspended or expelled at a disproportionate rate when considered to the majority population. And then when you dig a little deeper, you have to ask yourself, what are we missing? And as it pertains to Ethan, as you will see, is that the students are not subject to the same degree of rigor, which is why implicit bias is so important.
Okay. And can you explain, just so it's clear, how implicit bias ties into these findings?
Absolutely. Because if you believe that a student is not a problem, you are less likely to pay attention to that student. Even if you are shown overwhelming evidence about problems. Implicit bias says, you give this person a pass because that's how you've been grooved. You make certain assumptions. So you give certain people a pass based on your assumptions. However, if you give a person a pass who is a problem, it creates a bigger issue.
Okay. So I want to go into a little bit of what you call a pass. You were shown a number of assignments that were found in Ethan's backpack, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, in Your Honor, these exhibits can be found in Exhibit C.
Thank you.
There is a number of pieces of paper with guns, with bullets, and other alarming scenes drawn on them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I know the prosecutor made mention that we aren't 100% certain that these were seen by teachers, but they were in his backpack and are school assignments, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also able to look at emails between the teachers the day before this incident as well as the day of the incident, discussing the things that had come to light from the teachers, trying to give warning to the people in the office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Your Honor, that's also found in Exhibit C.
Thank you.
And what did those emails show to you, or how do they tie into implicit bias?
So, just looking at the emails, I was, just red flags went up. One teacher said, and it's on their screen as an exhibit, and this is from Ms. Krapinski.
Oh, I forgot. I took the sound off because I wanted to read it because the way he read it was really confusing. Like he read it, I don't know, it was hard to understand the way he was reading it. I forgot about that, so I muted it so I could read it. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on one second. I was eating my
to the people in the
hold on one
office.
second.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the first one, hold on one second. Zeke did wake up. He's sitting here right here trying to beg for some of these candies. Oh shoot, it skipped too far. There we go. So it says, good morning. I know Jackie emailed you guys yesterday with some concerns about Ethan Crumbley in our first hour class. Today he is watching videos on his phone of a guy gunning down people. It looks like it's a movie scene and not security footage, a real event. But definitely still concerning when taking into account some of his other behaviors. Just wanted to keep you guys updated. Allison, and then one more second. Wait till they go to the next one. I took pictures of the snakes and teeth, so if I do eat them all, because I'm down to the last ones, I could at least show you, and then if Darksea does want to send more, that would be awesome. Okay. I sent the following email to Nick and Pam. I wanted to make you aware as well. I'm not sure if you have had any contact with this student, Ethan Crumbley. Mrs. Jacqueline Kubina, Oxford High School, English Language Arts 10 and 12. Okay, so the next one is I had a student during first hour today, Ethan Crumbley, who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Note that he's on my radar. I'm also noticing that some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I could bring down these things later. Wait. I can bring down these things later today during my 5th hour prep if you would like them. Thanks. All right, let me fast forward to where it starts talking again. Ooh. Should come on in a minute. No, we're just talking about Darksea sent me some candy from Australia, and we were just talking about it. It's just like these snake gummy candies and teeth gummy candies. We're just making a joke because I was talking about it, and I was like, oh, if people don't realize what I'm talking about, it sounds weird. It's just this candy that I like from Australia. No biggie, just like gummy candy. Nothing major.
Assignment that Ms. Kubina is talking about, you had a chance to look at, and it's contained as well in my exhibit. It's a note card where a gun was erased, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And there is also a drawing of a person with an arm outstretched with the gun, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So I want to get into the brain and mental illness. You can go to the next one. What is mental illness?
So it's a substantial disorder of thought or mood that significantly impairs judgment, behavior, and the capacity to recognize reality. Mental illness is actually a symptom of a deeper problem. So, for example, if someone has a chest pain is a symptom of a deeper problem. It could be a pulled muscle, or it could be because of a heart attack. So mental illness is a sign of brain dis-ease.
So there are multiple ways to study the brain, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you briefly discuss those different ways?
Certainly. So one way is to look at the brain directly. So cardiologists look at the heart, dentists look at the teeth, and mental health people should look directly at the brain through various brain imaging techniques which are available. So that's one way. A second way is you want to test the brain directly through psychological instruments. Then a third way is what is utilized by psychiatrists and psychologists, and that is they use symptom clusters. So for example, if someone comes to me and they say, for the last month or so I've not been sleeping well, I've not been eating well, I've been skipping out on work, I've been crying, I've been sad and blue, then I go to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the DSM, and I look at symptoms. And if the person has, for example, 5 of these 8 symptoms, then I can diagnose that person like with major depressive disorder. So that's the third way of looking at the brain. And then the last one really is not appropriate, and that is that you guess. So what you do, you say, well, because I see you acting in this way, and because you can plan, and because you can execute, and because you can do these things, I know that you're not ill or don't have a brain dysfunction. That is guessing.
Okay. So were you able to actually look at Ethan's brain directly through imaging?
I was not able to.
Okay. So did you then decide to test the brain using assessment tools and perform a number of testing?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Can you explain to us the brain and exactly how easy it is for the brain to be damaged in a variety of ways?
Absolutely. So,
Judge, I'd just like some foundation. I'm sorry, Judge. I'd like some foundation for this area. There's just no evidence in the record that this defendant suffered any brain damage.
Thank you. Please lay more foundation.
Absolutely. Were you able to view a video taken at the 5-1 diner?
yes, I did.
Okay. And in that video, actually, we'll go ahead and play it now
So
since it's...
what I would like to
Sure.
emphasize, 1 second, she has to ask a question, I can't interrupt.
Sure. So were you able to, in your discussions with Ethan and the evidence that you were presented, were you able to, or did you have some concern that an injury to the brain could have occurred based on what he reported as a child and what you saw in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play the video. This is my Exhibit R. There is no sound in this video. So this is from 2020. What did you observe on this video?
So I observed Ethan walking in the diner, and for some inexplicable reason, his head takes a direct hit to the floor, and observed him trying to get up on his own volition, but he was not able to. And as we know, the brain is very soft. It has the consistency of soft butter or raw egg, and it's housed in this very hard box called the skull that has very sharp ridges. The brain is very susceptible to injury, and I would love to do a demonstration with your permission.
Sure. Your Honor, he has a demonstration to show with an egg, as he described, how exactly, how soft the brain is and how little it takes to injure the brain. Would the court allow? Hold on.
Second. I'm sorry, someone's just approaching
Yes,
without
I-
asking permission. I'm sorry, what exactly are you trying to do?
Yes, Your Honor. My witness would like to demonstrate to the court how easy it is, as he described, the brain is like a raw egg inside of the skull. He would like to demonstrate to the court how easy it is, even a fall like this, to damage the inside of the brain.
Thank you. People, any objection?
Judge, I guess I just wonder what the basis of that testimony is. It sounds like it's just Dr. King telling us, and the idea that it's the consistency of an antecedents report without citing anything. So like some foundation that this is not just Dr. King's theory.
Thank you. Respectfully, your argument goes to the weight of this demonstrative evidence, and so the court will apply the appropriate weight. You may approach the witness.
And can you demonstrate, since obviously this is a video courtroom and we're recording, can you demonstrate or discuss what you're going to demonstrate?
Absolutely. So as I previously mentioned,
Sir, you can be seated because I can't see what you're doing.
my apologies, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So as I mentioned, it's 100 billion neurons and 1 trillion connections in the brain, and this is scientific evidence. This is not my opinion. This is how the human brain is engineered, and it has the consistency of soft butter or raw egg. I've had the opportunity to visit the lab in Loma Linda. I've handled the human brain, and I've seen how the human brain works and how it looks like. It has the consistency of an egg. Ethan is about 6 feet 2 inches tall, and this is not 6 feet 2 inches. This probably is about, I don't know, 2 feet.
Before you move on, sir, please do not. Are you going to drop this egg in the courtroom? Thank you. I can't see.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Now, it makes it difficult for me if I don't stand, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can stand now. I just can't see over this bar here, so I can't see what's below your chest area. So you may stand so that way I can see what you're doing, sir.
So Ethan is 6 feet 2, and this is less than 2 feet. That's the human brain.
Okay.
The reason why our brains don't collapse when we have an injury is because the brain is housed in this hard shell called the skull. This skull protects the brain from external injuries.
So besides the incident that we saw at the 5-1 diner, did he also make you aware of other circumstances where he hit his head or even blacked out?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Yeah, Ethan disclosed that he was out with his parents. I think they were picking strawberries or doing something like that. And he fell, and all he remembered was coming to was regaining consciousness. And he asked his parents what happened, and they said that he had taken a blow to the head. And there is no indication that he was taken to the emergency room or received medical assistance.
In regards to the 5-1 diner video, you were shown a report where the owner was interviewed, and in fact, his parents told the owner to not call 911 after that fall. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is correct.
And in your interview with Ethan, did he ever tell you that at some point following that he was taken to the hospital or taken to the doctor to see, 1, why he fell, or 2, what happened from the fall?
I saw no evidence of that.
Let's move on. Let's go through a couple of these more quickly. Let's go to part 4. So keep clicking. We're going to move along to part 4, which is Ethan's testing. Can you explain to the court the tests that you performed with Ethan?
Certainly. So I performed 15 different types of tests, and I wanted to, because there was no opportunity to image his brain, so I wanted to test his brain to see what his brain is like. Okay. And so there are a list of 15 tests here on the screen and in my report.
Okay, let's go through them. The evaluation of competency to stand trial. Why was this important?
It was important because this is a test that is affirmed by that is recognized, I should say, by the U.S. Supreme Court in Dusky versus the people in 1960. And it essentially looks at 3 things. Does the person have the ability to consult with their attorney? Does the person have the ability to rationally understand the proceedings of the court? Does the person have a factual understanding of the proceedings of the court? And the reason why I administer this test is because I know that sometimes inmates feign or they fake. They try to pretend that something is going on when that is not the case. So when I administer this test, anything below 60 is normal, indicating that Ethan approached this test in an honest and open manner. In other words, he was not feigning. He didn't know the questions that pertain to feigning.
Okay. And what were the results?
He does have the ability to consult with his attorney. He does understand the charges against him, and he does have a factual understanding of the charges.
Okay. Let's move on to the next test, the mini mental status examination. What is that?
It's a test that has essentially 30 questions, and it tests the person's orientation. My reason for administering this is, again, this is one of the instruments that if someone wants to feign or fake, they can easily do that. For example, some of the questions are, what is the date? What is the day? Where are you? And Ethan entered all of those questions, indicating on that day that he was oriented times 3.
Let's move to the next one. You did a survey of stress symptoms. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you explain your findings?
So on this instrument, on the survey of stress symptoms, Ethan scored 39, indicating high levels of stress. And it was very clear to me that he was approaching it in a very honest, test-taking manner.
Okay. And can you describe some of the symptoms that this test addresses?
Certainly. Anxiety, depression, feeling overwhelmed, loneliness, intrusive thoughts, fatigue. All of those are elements that are present in this test that he endorsed.
Okay. Let's move to the next one, post-traumatic stress checklist for DSM-5. Can you explain what that is?
Sure. It's an instrument that is based on the DSM-5, which is the golden standard of diagnosing mental illness. And so his score of 57 places him in a very high stress category that meets their DSM criteria.
Okay. You then did the Beck Depression Inventory. Can you explain that to the court?
Sure. It's an instrument that assesses for depression, sadness, intrusive thoughts, malaise, and his score is 29, which is on the higher level, indicating very high levels of depression.
And again, you're performing these testings at least a year after he has become incarcerated, correct?
That is correct.
Let's look at the next one. It's the Burns Anxiety Inventory. Can you explain to the court what that is?
So that is a measure of one's anxiety, how anxious you are as a person. And as we know, anxiety has a direct effect on the brain. Ethan's score is 53, which is actually in the highest classification of anxiety.
And does that finding of high anxiety fit into all of the other evidence you were looking at? The journal, the text messaging between his friend, and what he self-reported to you?
That's correct.
Let's now look at the brief psychiatric rating scale. Can you explain what that is to the court and what your findings were?
Yeah, so this instrument looks at psychosis. And what is psychosis? Psychosis is a break from reality, as evidenced by auditory hallucinations, and visual delusions. And he endorsed several of those items, indicating the presence of psychosis.
Okay. Let's now look at the Kaufman Brief Intelligent Test. Can you explain what that is and what your findings were?
Yes, the Kaufman Brief Intelligence Test is administered to test someone's level of intellectual functioning. The reason why I administered this instrument is I wanted to find out why was he failing in school. In my testing, if you have an intelligent person who is failing in the classroom, it's a signal that there is something going on. And when I administered this test, I saw that his verbal IQ was 104. So average, anything above 85 to about 100, 110 falls in the average range. So he has average verbal IQ, average nonverbal IQ, and overall average intelligence.
You then went on to perform the Wide Range Achievement Test. Can you explain what that is and what your findings were?
Certainly, in the state of Michigan for special education testing, we administer an intelligence test and 2 achievement tests. So I administered the Wide Range Achievement Test just to see if I missed anything in terms of his ability to function in their classroom. And except for math, most of his scores were average to high average. Again, that's how we know that there's something else going on with someone who has average intelligence.
Let's move on to the Weschler Individual Achievement Test. Can you explain what that is and what your findings were?
So that is the second of the 2 achievement tests, the RAT and the WIAP. Again, it's just to sort of double check your results. And again, the scores are consistent with someone who has the ability academically to function in the classroom, but wasn't.
Then finally, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. What is that and what were your results?
So that is, the MMPI is for, this one is for adolescents. It's regarded as the dean of tests to determine mental illness. This test has been validated across various measures, and it's a test that psychologists use. On the table to the left, that is his PSY score. His score is 81. Anything over 60 means that the person has a number of those symptoms.
Of mental illness.
Of mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
So his score is 81, indicating someone who has high degrees of paranoia and hallucinations. Okay. And then on the right, which is even more troubling, the table on the right, he has elevations above 60 in 2 key measures. One is OCD, obsessive, compulsive, and anxiety. And I would love to explain what I mean by that.
If you could explain obsessive compulsive to the court.
So there is a part of the brain called the cingulate gyrus. It runs from the front of the brain to the back of the brain. That is the brain gear shifter. It allows us to shift from one thing to the next. In Ethan's case, someone who scores highly on this measure, what it tells me that this person does not have the ability to shut off those thoughts. It's like being stuck on. So you're with these thoughts every single day, every single night. And we see that with people who have OCD. He also has very high levels of anxiety, and those two tend to hang together. And as you notice in his journal, you notice that repetition, that The voices don't stop. My brain is on fire. Well, when I tested his brain, it's very consistent with what he was writing.
Okay. Does the obsessive compulsive disorder explain the constant searches on internet to look at violent things or to research things or any type of preparation and planning?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's move to the summary of the testing results that you performed. Do you believe that Ethan is a highly intelligent person?
I do.
Do you believe that he suffers from debilitating anxiety?
I do.
Do you believe that he is and was severely depressed?
I do.
Do you believe that he has features of obsessive compulsive disorder?
I do.
Were you able to determine that he was failing at school when, as you stated, he shouldn't have been?
I did.
And what exactly is your diagnosis for Ethan Crumbley?
So, major depressive disorder, in addition to psychosis, as evidenced by his verbalizing of hearing voices and seeing things. And by the way, about 12.5% of people with major depression experience major depression with psychosis.
Okay. You have now had an opportunity, after turning in your report, to review the records from Dr. Kadir. She is the physician from the Easter Seals, is that correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that you have similar findings but not exactly the same?
That is correct.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yeah, that is not unusual. Diagnosing mental illness is not an exact science, so you go based on symptoms. So Dr. Kadir, based on my review of her notation, diagnosed him with, I think, major depressive disorder and I think an adjustment disorder going on
With anxiety.
With anxiety, which is not unusual. But I believe as she continues, if she continues to treat him, once he has the depression and anxiety under control, if he's still verbalizing, hearing voices, and seeing things, then she may add that diagnosis. So it's not inconsistent.
Add the diagnosis of psychosis or something else?
Correct.
Of psychosis. Okay. So you have told us from your results that Ethan is of average, if not above average, intelligence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So shouldn't he have known better? Shouldn't he have not done this because he's a smart kid?
So, unfortunately, intelligence, and this is critical, intelligence does not protect someone from mental illness. So being very intelligent doesn't mean that you cannot be mentally ill.
Okay. Do you have any real-world examples?
I do. Robin Williams, very intelligent Hollywood actor, but he was mentally ill. How do I know that? Well, he killed himself. He committed suicide. Twitch. We've seen that publicly. A very talented man on Ellen DeGeneres' show. Extremely talented. I actually watched a video of him the day before he killed himself. He was dancing with his wife and daughter, and then the next day he drove to a hotel and killed himself. Mental illness is real.
All right. Were you able to watch any videos that were provided to you from body cam footage of Ethan at the jail?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to play what is in my exhibits as S body cam jail footage. There are a few videos, but we have shortened them. This is sound, so I don't know if we can have your staff just make sure the sound is working. Perfect.
Why didn't you save her? Why didn't you save her? Why didn't you save her, God?
We'll move to the next one.
You don't stop it. Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? I know she stopped it. Please stop 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 it. Why did you stop it, God? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it, God? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? You let it happen. Why? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, please, God. I'm sorry. Please, God. I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, God. Stop it. You couldn't stop it, God, but you didn't stop it. And now it continues. It always stop it. God, stop it, please. Stop it, God. Stop. Stop, God. God, stop. Stop pushing forward. Stop. God, stop, please. God. Oh, stop it. Stop. Stop. Stop, stop, God, stop, God, stop it, please, God, you didn't stop it, I didn't stop it, you didn't stop it, rifle back, you didn't stop it, you didn't stop it, you didn't stop it, you didn't stop it, you didn't stop it. Stop it. We can't stop it. You didn't stop it. You didn't stop it. You didn't stop it.
Let's lay back. Let's lay back.
You didn't stop it. You didn't stop it, God. You didn't stop it. 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 You sit there and you don't stop it. You don't stop it. You don't stop it. You didn't stop it.
Remain calm. You're doing fine. That's all I'm going to do.
Oh, why you stop? Oh, God, you didn't stop it. Please tell me. Oh, yeah. You know, you didn't stop it. You didn't stop it. You didn't stop it.
All your students are just in time limitation.
You didn't stop it. You didn't stop it.
Remain calm. You're doing fine. So all your students are just in time limitation.
That's good. Just ask. Please.
All right.
Please stop it.
Yeah.
Please stop it.
I count three. You're going to sit down. 1, 2, 3.
God, tell me what.
Remain calm. You're doing fine. Allow the open.
You don't stop it. Why did you stop it?
Remain
Why
calm.
did you stop it?
Fine.
Why did you stop it? Why don't you stop it? Please stop it. 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 Why didn't you stop it, God? Why? Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it, God? Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it? You let it out. Me?
All right. Doctor, what did we just witness?
So we witnessed a child in the throes of psychosis. But we just witnessed someone who's saying, God, why didn't you stop it? And that's exactly how psychosis works. You engage in an action, and somehow you don't understand the outcome of the consequences. He's having a panic attack and a break with reality.
We also hear him saying you could have saved her.
That is correct.
Okay. In any part of that video, do you see Ethan being violent?
No, ma'am.
Are mental health issues perfect? I mean, he's obviously been on medication now for a period of time, and things like this obviously can still happen. What is your explanation to that?
So, medications are not an exact science. There's different levels of titration. There are times when some medications work, and there are times when they don't always work, just like in the physical realm.
I want to move on to part 5. So you were able to look at the events leading up to the shooting, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Did Ethan disclose to you a situation where he actually brought casings to school and displayed them on his desk?
He did.
Can you explain that?
Certainly, he indicated to me that he brought one live round, and actually in my review of the records and with the detectives that interviewed some of the students, one of the students did confirm that Ethan showed him a live round and shell casings. So I have no reasons to doubt what he said, that he placed some shell casings on the desk in his class, and the teacher walked by, didn't name the teacher, and I said to him multiple times, "Are you sure?" And he said yes.
You were made aware and you were able to see some interviews about the events of November 30th in the counseling office, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it was your understanding that he was caught looking at websites dealing with ammunition?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you able to look at the actual school assignment that was the cause of him being taken to the office that morning, where he wrote certain things and drew certain things?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you also able to discuss with Ethan the video that the court has been shown that was filmed the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've had an opportunity to review that video?
I have.
Can you explain that video or give it some context?
So this was a night before the shooting when Ethan recorded himself, appeared to have been using a cell phone in terms of what he was planning to do the following day. And doing certain parts of the video, he made references to demons. And then in the video he said, "I am the demon." It just indicates the fragmentation in his head in terms of what was happening.
Okay. And what was your understanding about why he was outside at that point in time? What did he tell you had gone on in the home leading up to him being outside?
I think his parents had locked him out of the house, and they had taken some money from him.
Okay. And was that in relation to grades?
Yes, because he was failing some of his classes.
And how did he feel about that?
Terrible, in terms of how they were treating him.
The video that the court has viewed, and I know you have viewed, it seems just like a rambling of thoughts.
That is correct.
Okay.
Just sort of scrambled thoughts.
And do you believe that that is part of what mental illness can do to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about the actual day of the shooting. Did Ethan ever tell you if he had been asked if he had a gun by any school professionals or the parents that day at school?
No.
And is it your understanding from speaking to Ethan that he was allowed to stay in school that day?
Yes, he was allowed to stay in school.
And can you explain the situation involving his backpack, or how he explained it to you?
So this is how he explained it to me after he was called down to the office. He left his backpack in the classroom. And then he indicated that, I think it was Ejak. I could be butchering his name, I do apologize for that. Went to retrieve his backpack. And Ethan said, for the first time in his life, he felt relieved. He said he just knew that the sheriffs were going to burst into the office and arrest him, because there was no way, after all that they saw, that they were not going to search that backpack. In fact, this is a comment he made that has stuck with me. He said one of the Hispanic students was suspected of using drugs, and he remembered them searching that kid's locker. And he felt fairly sure that they were going to search his backpack. When Ejak brought the backpack into the office, he made a comment. He said, "This is heavy. What do you have in here? Bricks?" And then Ethan said, all he had to do was just unzip that backpack, but he didn't.
So to the best of your knowledge, after speaking with Ethan and reviewing all of the records, the backpack was not searched, correct?
It was not searched.
So obviously at that point, Ethan had the opportunity to volunteer the information that he had a weapon in his bag. Would you agree with me?
That is correct.
Can you explain why you believe that did not happen?
He was in a state of ambivalence. Do I tell? Do I not tell? Do I do this? Do I not do this? What is going to happen if I tell? So that's the state of flux that he was in.
So I want to kind of put it all together for the court. So you've told us about a complex childhood full of trauma, correct?
That is correct.
Violence in the home.
That is correct.
Mental illness.
That is correct.
A lack of resources. No one's getting him the counseling that he needs.
That is correct.
Neglect.
That is correct.
Access to weapons.
That is correct.
In a school system with not enough counselors.
That
And
is
where did
correct.
that lead us?
Tragedy.
I want to move on to part 6. I know you've touched on quite a bit of this already. There's been testimony and there's been some argument about Ethan looking up or talking about going to prison. Is it normal that a 15-year-old would just be okay with the fact that he's going to do something that lands him in prison?
So teenagers go through a phase that is called personal fable. And if I may give you an example.
Sure.
A teenager may be driving 100 yards away, the light is about to turn red.
Mm-hmm.
They think that they can magically beat that red light and nothing bad is going to happen to them. It's because they're brain, their prefrontal cortex, this is the brain supervisor, is not fully developed. Just biologically and physiologically, the human brain, the prefrontal cortex, is not developed until about age 24 or 25. In Ethan's case, he has what is called arrested development.
Can you explain what that is?
Absolutely. So chronologically, he may have been 15 at the time, but given the high levels of stress and complex trauma, his age was much younger than his chronological age.
Okay. You've been able to see through the text messages and actually in your interviews with Ethan, he reported that he was not sleeping and he was not eating. How does that tie into mental illness?
So the brain consumes about 20 to 30% of the calories that we consume. So whatever we consume, the brain consumes about 20 to 30% of that. So sleep deprivation and lack of appropriate nutrition greatly impact the body. Our bodies were not meant to be in a state of high anxiety perpetually.
You've also been able to take a look at the Google searches that he was doing, and a lot of them are looking kind of for self-diagnosis, looking up what is depression, do I have ADHD, do I have obsessive compulsive disorder? What do you make of that?
So here is a child who was just trying to make sense of his inner world. He couldn't get help from his parents, from the home system. Couldn't get help from the school system. He couldn't get to a doctor. He couldn't get to a counselor. So his last resort was to try to figure out what's happening to me. Is this normal? Am I depressed? Am I anxious? Am I a sociopath? Who am I? He's trying to make sense of what's going on within him.
You've also been shown a number of searches that were done on a particular website where very violent videos, actual murders, actual shootings are categorized and people can view them. What is your understanding of what that does, especially to an adolescent's brain?
So during adolescence, the person's brain is still in the formative stage. The neurons are still trying to connect. And if one spends an inordinate amount of time ingesting that type of content without supervision, before long, it's natural to lose sight of what is real and what is not real.
Now, you've been made aware that there was a situation at the jail with a password and a tablet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you explain what you believe to have happened in this situation?
Certainly. So Ethan was given a tablet, and because he's a fairly intelligent person, he was able to figure out the password and was able to go on the internet and use his tablet. And what he indicated to me is that although he had the urge to go to the live gore site, he was able to restrain himself, which he's pretty proud of. 2 weeks, just did not go to the site, but he eventually went there.
And what does that, can you give that a context? What does that mean to you? Is he regressing? Can you give an explanation to that?
So when you make a comparison of what he was doing prior, he was ingesting that content constantly, every day, hours and hours at a time. And in my mind, it shows progress, not perfection, but progress.
Were you able to view the videos of Ethan killing baby birds?
I did.
Can you discuss the significance of that and what you think and how you think it fits into this case and his diagnosis?
Absolutely. I observed Ethan torturing baby birds. He wanted them to feel the pain that he was feeling inside. And I observed his persona. He was actually speaking to them in a different tone of voice, almost as a parent talking to a child. It's just a reflection of his mental impairment.
What about, he talks about a desire to kill, or he wants to find another set of baby birds so that he can kill them. Can you explain that?
It sort of lines up with my testing of his brain. I indicated that his obsessive compulsive scales, I think his score is 801, indicating that this part of the brain, this cingulate gyrus, is on fire, meaning that it's hard to turn it off, and without appropriate intervention, without treatment and medications, that part of the brain is stuck on.
What about the fact that when the police come in, Ethan surrenders, and then in the police car acts normal? I mean, he's not talking to voices, he's not flailing about. Can you explain that?
Certainly, it's a phase called tension reduction. So tension is something that is built up. Anxiety, obsession, anxiety, obsession. I guess a good analogy is to think in terms of like a pressure cooker. It's on the stove and it's boiling, and there's tension building up in there. And the one way for that tension to go away is when you release that knob, the tension goes out and you revert to equilibrium. So tension reduction cycle.
So is your explanation then, once he carried out this plan that he was so fixated on, he had that sense of reduction or accomplishment?
Absolutely. It's analogous to what we just witnessed. So the person in the videos is the same person in the courtroom. There's no difference. It is the same person.
I want to talk about the report that you authored. Obviously, in giving the history that you did, you've been doing these regular types of analysis outside of the courtroom for many years. You would agree with me?
That is correct.
Okay. So how is it that you came to start doing the work that you're doing now for Miller hearings?
We were so in, I think it was around 2019, an attorney reached out to me and asked me if I would do one of the Miller hearings.
Mm-hmm.
And I was fairly confident in my ability as a psychologist, in my ability to clinically interview someone, in my ability to test someone. But in terms of crafting a legal report, I was a neophyte. It was not my area of expertise. And so I reached out to the attorney and said that if I'm to do this report, I'm going to need you to reach out to your sources, obtain copies of their report, make sure you get their permission, because I plan to use the rubric and extract some of the legal language in my report. And that is 2019 to 25 clients ago. And that is the exact format that I've been using.
And that's what you did in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to form an opinion whether or not Ethan Crumbley was mentally ill on November 30th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is that?
He has major depressive disorder with psychosis, anxiety, and features of obsessive compulsive disorder. He is mentally ill.
And in all of the testing that you did and the interviews, do you believe that there is the possibility of rehabilitation?
I do.
And can you explain that?
Certainly. As I indicated, I've worked in the field of brain injury for 25 years. I take pride in my work. I've treated people with stroke, CVA. I've treated people with a not sick brain injury, and I've treated people with mental health. And along with my team, we have been able to rehabilitate people. A number of my clients have had issues with the law, and through psychotherapy and support, they've made progress. Additionally, and this is important, in neuroscience, there is something called neuroplasticity. And that is the ability of the brain to create new pathways, to generate new neurons. You see this in stroke victims. It's a stroke on the left-hand side, it's right-hand side neglect. But those are the people that I've worked with and taught them how to speak again, and how to walk again, and how to function. So absolutely yes.
So people with mental illness, especially ones that do something, extremely serious that leads them down a path that they find themselves in prison. I know Dr. Keating touched on this a little bit, but you believe that, especially based on Ethan's age, that his brain can rewire and he can stop the behaviors that he was exhibiting previously. Is that correct?
That is correct. Ethan's brain is still maturing, and his brain probably will not reach full maturity for another 10 years.
Are the clinical opinions in your report based solely on the testing and your interaction with Ethan Crumbley that you yourself performed?
So my conclusions are based on my clinical interview of Ethan Crumbley and are based on the results from my testing.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cross.
Your Honor, the doctor's actually testified to a whole lot of things that are not in his report, and could we take a short break before cross-examination?
Sure. We'll go ahead and take about a 10-minute break. Deputies, if you could, go ahead and take the defendant back downstairs. To those in the gallery, please be seated until the defendant has exited the courtroom.
No, I'm not muted. I'm just thinking, okay, guys, I think I'm gonna end it. This is all I have for we are done. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Am I muted? Can you guys hear me? Hi, spicy lady. Hi, Cola. Kolohi. SF. Ellie Eve. Hey, Derpstein. It was obvious she was a troll, but sucked at it. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Dark. See, I ate some of that pop candy too. Oh, the pop rocks. Whew, I'm full. Okay, I think I had too much coffee. Anyway, that's all I have for you guys. Thanks for coming. I don't know what else to say really. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm gonna end this. Yeah, the video is not it's just ended. You know how like when you end it, it just like freezes. All right, well, bye guys. I'll see you guys. What is today? I don't even know what today is. Today is Wednesday or Tuesday. Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys sometime. I don't know, this week. Hopefully I'll do something. Thanks, Peyton. Love you too. All right, bye guys.